Chapter 8:18 Purchasing Spirit Medicines. Chapter 8:18 Purchasing Spirit Medicines. Yi Yuan ultimately still accepted Wu Xiyuan's apology and helped Wu Jiantong refine a transcendent-grade spirit enlightening pill. Even the Wu family could not hold on anymore. How could the other 7 families still hang in there? Hence, each and every one of them fell over each other to express loyalty to Yi Yuan, tidying up the 10 great families. The Elders' Council was considered utterly under Yi Yuan's control. With Yi Yuan's alchemy means there were plenty of times when the 10 great families had to beg him. In the future, if they wanted to have any funny ideas, they naturally had to weigh it over. Taking care of the Elders' Council, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's danger was finally considered to have been preliminarily cleared. First Elder Qin broke into a cold sweat in fear too, throwing himself down at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. If not for Yi Yuan, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was probably going to fall into a huge crisis. Once the internal affairs were chaotic, the other holy lands in the White Valiant region would likely see through flaws. At that time, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would be in danger. On this day, Yi Yuan came to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company alone, in a secret chamber. The moment Kai saw Yi Yuan, her entire person pushed against Yi Yuan's bosom. "Young Lord Yi, you're making your way up in the world now, and forgot this lowly one. This lowly one missed you to death these days." That seductively bewitching power truly reached the bones, making people lose their minds in ecstasy. Listening to these words, you clearly knew that she's seducing you, but you just could not control yourself. Yi Yuan touched Kaiyu's inviting shoulders, but he pushed her down onto a seat, while he himself sat down on another seat. "Elder Sister Kaiyu, don't use this move on me anymore. It's useless." This time, coming to find Elder Sister Kaiyu is wanting to request Elder Sister Kaiyu for a favor, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kaiyu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of hidden bitterness and said, "Elder Sister is wholeheartedly sincere, but you treat it as ill intent. Forget it, forget it. Whatever instructions young Lord Yi has, just go ahead and say it." Even if not looking on account of the gold token, looking on account of young Lord Ye's handsome face, Elder Sister won't dare to not do either. Yi Yuan becoming the young lord, 1 billion Earth Essence crystals was naturally no object. He had long ordered people to come over to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to settle it already, but ever since after the auction last time, this was Yi Yuan's first time coming to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Towards Kaiyu's sort of ultimate seduction, Yi Yuan enjoyed it very much, but he would not fall for it. After all things were said and done, didn't Kaiyu just wanted to feel Yi Yuan out? To say that Kaiyu really had any thoughts towards him, Yi Yuan would not believe even if he was beaten to death either. Kaiyu was naturally very depressed in her heart. Regarding her techniques of seduction, anyone would swallow the bait. But this brat in front of her just did not look her straight in the eye. "I want several kinds of Tier 9 spirit medicines. This is the list. Additionally, I also want to invite a person to take action and help me refine a kind of Tier 9 medicinal pill," Yi Yuan said. Kaiyu was startled inwardly. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would ask for a Tier 9 medicinal pill right at the start. But Kaiyu was still somewhat doubtful. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had Alchemy Emperor experts. Just invite them to take action. Why invite another person alternatively to take action? Elder Sister doesn't need to guess. This medicinal pill, ordinary people can't refine it. It has to be that person taking action. Yi Yuan clearly saw through what Kaiyu thought in her heart and said with a smile. Kaiyu smiled sweetly and said, "Young Lord Yi has such a keen mind to even know what Elder Sister is thinking about. Kaiyu is sincere towards young Lord from the bottom of my heart. Is it possible that young Lord Yi dislikes that Kaiyu is no longer chaste?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. How could it be? Elder sister is so alluring, which man wouldn't be moved? Then why does young lord Yi not even look elder sister in the eye? Yi Yuan smiled, but did not speak, not following up. Kaiyu took a shot at Yi Yuan, took over the list from Yi Yuan's hands with a smile on her face, and said smilingly, You, this young man, are really born with a heart that can see through all illusions. Even some old fellows probably don't have your keen mind, too. All right, then. Elder sister will take a look what tier 9 medicinal pill you want to refine. I'm telling you, tier 9 spirit medicines are all very expensive. As Kaiyu was talking, she examined the inventory list at the same time. Talking halfway, the seductively charming look on her face faded entirely, and what replaced it was an astonished expression. Immortal Plume Peach, Ground Spirit Turtle SH, EL, L. These spirit medicines you want, are you sure that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land can afford it? Kaiyu turned pale with fright and said, The spirit medicines Yi Yuan wanted, each kind were all heaven and earth rare treasures. The price was ridiculously expensive. Furthermore, some even had the demand, but no supply. Yi Yuan buying these spirit medicines was sufficient to bankrupt the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Hence, that was why Kaiyu would be so shocked when she saw this list. Dao Profound Realm powerhouses were extremely wealthy, especially Dao Profound powerhouses who founded Holy Lands. They would be 100 times wealthier compared to ordinary Dao Profound realms. But even so, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could not shoulder the price of these spirit medicines either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Elder sister, calm down. I didn't say that this money will be at the expense of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Kaiyu was stunned. Is young Lord Yi joking with elder sister? If not the Holy Land paying, could it be you paying? Don't forget, you couldn't even take out 1 billion Earth Essence crystals. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Does elder sister know why your Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would give me a gold token? Kaiyu was stunned again, shook her head, and said, This is the trading company's secret. My level is insufficient. So, Kaiyu clearly inquired about this intel before, but with her rank, she did not have the qualifications to know at all. To a rank 1 Holy Land, her status, this phaseless realm, was too low. The higher-ups only said to make her satisfy all of Yi Yuan's requests to the best of her ability. The rest, Kaiyu was completely clueless. Yi Yuan smiled as he set a jade slip over to Kaiyu, saying, Since elder sister doesn't know, then it's not convenient for me to say much. Elder sister, hand this jade slip and the list along with it to the trading company. The people above will naturally agree. Kaiyu received the jade slip dubiously and was instinctively going to use divine sense to check it out, but Yi Yuan warned, I placed a restriction in the jade slip. Elder sister better not investigate it. Otherwise, if it were known by upstairs, even if there isn't any danger to your life, you'd probably receive severe punishment too. These 2 items, elder sister must send over through a top-level channel. Kaiyu was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew her divine sense. Yi Yuan had always been very courteous when talking with her. Furthermore, he was bright and cheerful, an appearance of harmless to man and beast. But Kaiyu knew a youth able to make headquarters issue a gold token absolutely would not be that simple. If other youngsters warned Kaiyu like this, she would definitely brush it over with a laugh. But Yi Yuan saying so, she had no choice but to be cautious. Kaiyu was deeply aware that this youth was a legend. Since he uttered these words, it was absolutely not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Furthermore, objects able to trade in for so many rare spirit medicines were naturally very precious. But the more she thought so, the more Kaiyu wanted to know the contents inside this jade slip. She found it very hard to imagine that a tiny little jade slip could make the headquarters issue a gold token. Young Lord Yi, don't say it so terrifyingly. You scared elder sister's little heart badly. Fine, don't look then, what's the big deal? Caillou grumbled begrudgingly. An expression which enthralled people to death without doing anything could be seen on Caillou's face, but it was also a complicated expression filled with curiosity. Chapter 8:19, Soul Martial Divine King. Chapter 8:19, Soul Martial Divine King. Elder sister is so nice to me. I obviously can't make it hard on elder sister. Isn't that so? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Caillou rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and spat, heartless little fellow, driving elder sister to her death at the drop of a hat, and still say that it's for elder sister's good. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Didn't I come to find elder sister for help because I couldn't do anything about it? Humph. Say then just which alchemist you want to help you to refine pills. Elder sister isn't very knowledgeable about medicinal pills and can't tell what kind of medicinal pill you want to refine with these spirit medicines of yours." Caillou said Tier 9 medicinal pills were extremely complex. On the list Yi Yuan made, just the core ingredients were as many as 9 types, let alone the supplementary materials. Furthermore, Tier 9 pill formulas were mostly all cherished dearly. There were extremely few mutual collaborations between alchemists to make up what the other lacked. Therefore, it was very hard for situations where everyone knew the pill formulas like those low-level medicinal pills to happen. Of course, being an alchemist had a benefit. That was that those finding him to refine pills must provide their own pill formula. As time said, high-level alchemists would ACCU, mutilate many pill formulas. Therefore, to alchemy emperors, alchemists with higher success rates and better quality would obtain more Tier 9 pill formulas too, because everyone all liked to go find him to refine medicinal pills. As for Yi Yuan, the Tier 9 pill formulas he knew was naturally a whole bunch. Apart from those martial artists who came to find him to refine medicinal pills, he even self-created many unique pill formulas that the outside world did not know at all. Therefore, 1 or 2 formulas for Tier 5 medicinal pills, Yi Yuan did not mind at all. What he gave the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company were 2 types of the Tier 5 pill formulas, which he had improved, using Tier 5 pill formulas to exchange for Tier 9 spirit medicines sounded like a fantasy tale. But Yi Yuan's pill formulas could bring incalculable profits for the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. This point could not be exchanged for no matter how many Tier 9 spirit medicines. Therefore, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters would definitely agree to this exchange. Zhongzijin, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Puh, Caillou was currently drinking a mouthful of tea. Upon hearing this name, she spat it all out. Soul Martial Divine King, Zhongzijin. Caillou cried out in shock. That's right, it's him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "No, on what basis would the Soul Martial Divine King refine medicinal pills for you? Forget about you. Even if Lord Head Chairman went to find him, he would not give this face either." Caillou broke down and said, "Soul Martial Divine King, Zhongzijin, the only soul martial artist among the 10 great divine kings. One could say that this person, was the pinnacle of soul martial artists. Soul martial artists were originally extremely mysterious existences, and Zhongzijin cultivated to the realm of the pinnacle of soul martial artists. What made people even more envious was that Zhongzijin was even a peak alchemy emperor, and his alchemy's might was unfathomable. To make a figure like this refine pills, was Yi Yuan kidding? Did he, the Soul Martial Divine King, lack your bit of remuneration? You're making him refine pills and when you like, who do you think you are?" Yi Yuan said, "You help me bring a sentence to him. He'll naturally agree to help me refine the medicinal pill." Caillou did not speak, looking at Yi Yuan like she had seen a ghost. Suddenly, she touched Yi Yuan's head like she was crazy, then touched her own head. Not having a fever. SP, why do you keep talking nonsense? Do you think that the 10 great divine kings are your family's little doggy? You make him come, and he comes, make him go, and he goes? To martial artists, the 10 great divine kings were invincible existences. No one dared to provoke at all. This bunch of characters who stood at the apex of the divine realm, who dared to become conceited and gesture at them on what to do. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder sister, just have to pass. S the message." Seeing Yi Yuan's calm look, Caillou could not help guessing. Could it be that Yi Yuan could really strike up a relations? I plus P with the sole martial divine king? But how was this possible? All right then, say it. But I dare not guarantee that the Chamber of Commerce Sup1/Sup will agree to your request. Caillou said, provoking the 10 great divine kings was something that each faction was unwilling to do. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was naturally no exception either. Not only was each and every one of the 10 great divine kings' strength perversely formidable, their temperaments each had their quirks too, very hard to grasp. Any unhappiness, and that was an apocalyptic calamity. Relax, the Chamber of Commerce will agree. Yi Yuan said. The Chamber of Commerce was just sing on information. There was no loss to the Chamber of Commerce. These 2 kinds of Tier 5 pill formulas, Yi Yuan only gave half. The remainder half, they would naturally be given only after the matter was completed. Yi Yuan believed that the Chamber of Commerce would not be able to withstand the temptation of these 2 kinds of Tier 5 medicinal pills at all. Caillou looked Yi Yuan with glinting eyes and discovered that she could see through this youth less and less. What kind of message to pass on? Caillou said curiously, returning to hang it on the tree before the grave. Sup2/Sup, knowing one's heart eternally. Tell him these words. He'll naturally refine the pill. Yi Yuan said, returning to hang it on the tree before the grave. Knowing one's heart eternally. Caillou ruminated for a long time and did not understand what these words meant either. The matter was agreed upon, so Yi Yuan naturally did not stay as well, planning to get up and leave. Young Lord Yi, you have to come and take a look at Elder Sister in the future often. Don't let Elder Sister long for you. Caillou said bashfully, but the current Caillou was clearly not that relaxed like at first. People with discerning eyes could tell with one look that Caillou actually felt even more pressure when facing Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Elder Sister rest assured. Yi Yuan will naturally drop by when I'm free. However, this heavenly terminal meridian physique of Elder Sister, indulging in carnal desires, is just quenching thirst with poison. Elder Sister has to take it easy. A smile was still hanging on Caillou's face earlier, but at this time her expression changed drastically, and she said stammeringly, how did you know that I'm of the heavenly terminal meridian physique? Yi Yuan said with a smile, Elder Sister's deeds, I've still heard before a little. If not for the heavenly terminal meridian physique, how can you possibly jinx your husbands to death one after another, unless you require the strong yang qi in their bodies? Caillou was thoroughly defeated and said with a bitter smile, Do you think that Elder Sister wants it? But the heavenly terminal meridian physique is a renowned terminal physique. What other ways do I have? There are no absolutes in the world. Heavenly terminal meridian physique might not be a terminal ailment either. Yi Yuan said, those possessing this heavenly terminal meridian physique were all females, and their date of birth and 8 characters of horoscope were all They lacked yang qi in their bodies congenitally. This was also a type of spirit physique, but an extremely dangerous kind of spirit physique. People in possession of this sort of spirit physique were completely unaware of their own spirit physique in their early years. But after the first time they engaged in coitus, the spirit physique would abruptly erupt, requiring to absorb the yang qi of a man continuously to live. Before long, the man's yang qi would be absorbed entirely, and they would naturally die. Hence, that was why Kaiyu would jinx several husbands to death. At first, she felt that it was odd too. But later, only after asking the Chamber of Commerce's high-level alchemists, did she know that it was because she was of the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique. But this action of absorbing men's yang qi was like quenching thirst with poison. The yin qi within Kaiyu's body would get increasingly heavier and eventually die. Kaiyu being so bewitching was actually something that could not be helped either. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, it was like Kaiyu grasped a final piece of life-saving straw. "Young Lord Yi, why you have a solution?" Kaiyu said agitatedly. One's personal affairs, one would be aware. Kaiyu knew that she had one foot in the grave already, but now Yi Yuan gave her hope. Chapter 8:20, Heaven and Earth Staff Art. Chapter 8:20, Heaven and Earth Staff Art, Heavenly Yin Terminal Meridian Physique. It is after all caused by the yin qi within the body being overly excessive. Wanting to reach yin-yang harmony, one naturally needs yang qi. A small amount of yang qi is simply unable to relieve the yin qi in your body and will instead induce the propagation of even more yin qi. With so many years, your spirit physique has already reached the limits. Elder sister is right at a youthful age. Wouldn't Pa S. sing like this be pitiable? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Not that Yi Yuan was mocking Kaiyu. Her age was naturally much older than Yi Yuan's, but among martial artists, she had merely just reached middle age too. In fact, it really was not considered very old. Kaiyu said with a bitter smile. "Young Lord Yi, this lowly one is at most considered a middle-aged woman who is still attractive. How am I right at a youthful age? But letting this lowly one Pa S on right now, I'm extremely unwilling. If young Lord Yi really has ways to save me, this lowly one is willing to do anything for you." As she said, Kaiyu prostrated herself in wars. I plus P. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped her up and said, "Elder sister is also considered to have looked after this young lord. That day, if not for elder sister, I wouldn't have obtained the Star Moon sword either. This favor, it naturally has to be returned." Kaiyu naturally did not know the Star Moon sword's significance to Yi Yuan. She lent Yi Yuan 1 billion Earth Essence crystals on account of the gold token, but to Yi Yuan, it had extraordinary meaning. Kaiyu was just about to speak, but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. Yi Yuan said, "This method to resolve it isn't considered much to me either. No harm in teaching elder sister. The heavenly yin terminal meridian physique is a congenital terminal physique. There's only one way if you want to resolve it. That is birthing yang from extreme yin. Elder sister can find a land of extreme yin and absorb the extreme yin qi in it with all your power. After 9 by 9, 81 days, the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique will be eliminated on its own." Kaiyu was stunned. See, can this work? What the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique feared most was yin qi, but Yi Yuan made her hunt for a land of extreme yin. This made her somewhat doubtful. Lands of extreme yin were extremely dangerous places to normal people, let alone her, this heavenly yin terminal meridian physique. Kaiyu was even worried that she would croak right after entering the land of extreme yin. Yi Yuan naturally saw through Kaiyu's suspicions, but said with a smile, "If elder sister trusts this young lord, you can feel free to give it a try. If you don't believe, just take it as if this young lord never said it." As he said, Yi Yuan left immediately. That was all he had. How Caillou chose, it was her own matter. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, Caillou could still struggle for at most a year. Just leaving the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, he saw young Xiao running over in urgent haste. Young lord, not good. No idea where this old man and also a youth came from, saying they want to challenge our Holy Land's young geniuses. Pei Kuan went up and was knocked down by that youth in a single staff blow. Right now, Nalen Hong is currently in the heat of battle with him, and looks like he's going to lose soon. Yang Xiao said. Yi Yuan was stunned, but then he asked, "Then why are you completely fine?" Yang Xiao said with a mocking smile, That youth was too formidable. I knew I wasn't a match at first sight. Wait, no, I have a more important mission. That is to come and inform you. Yi Yuan said helplessly, This fellow really shameless. Go on, lead the way. When Yi Yuan rushed there, a large group of people already surrounded the plaza. The Holy Hall elders and the 10 great elders were actually all present. Chen Qin saw that Yi Yuan arrived and said in a solemn voice, "This youth has such formidable strength. It's a complete drubbing against Nalen Chu. Also, that old man, his strength is unfathomable. I can't see through it all." Yi Yuan did not even look and said, "No need to guess. That old man is definitely Dao, profound realm without a doubt. Furthermore, his realm isn't low. If not for so, how can Blackwind possibly not even dare to show his face? If that old man's strength was not powerful, Blackwind should have come out long ago at this point. Right now, Blackwind did not even dare to show his face. Very clearly, he already sensed this old man's might. Yi Yuan looked over towards the youth and Nalen Hong, who were entangled in battle. His expression could not help changing. Bang! Right at that very moment, that youth struck Nalen Hong with a staff blow, directly smacking him down from the air. So strong. This youth's age is at most about the same as young lord's, but his strength overwhelms Nalen Hong. His staff technique has probably already reached the 4th stage of supreme true intent, right? Such terrifying talent. He's likely not at all inferior compared to young lord either. Where on earth did a freak like this pop out from? The youth's strength made everyone suck in a cold breath. An existence like Nalen Hong was actually completely suppressed. The youth put away the staff and said disdainfully, "You really can't take a beating. Little lord, I haven't even exerted my full power yet, and you got beaten down. This White Valiant region's young geniuses are really too garbage. Hey, Grandpa's son, this is the last one, right? Can we change places already or not? There's still half a year's time. Fighting with opponents like this is really so boring." Hoo-hoo, young Master Tong's staff technique has improved a level further. If Master knows that young Master's improvement is so quick, he'd definitely be very happy. Grandpa's son said with an amiable smile, "Tisk, Master, he clearly looks down on me, insisting on making me come to such a remote place, finding whatever genius martial artists to train. A lousy place like the White Valiant region. What geniuses are there? I think they are more like a bunch of nitwits. Just now, this one could still take some beating. You look at those whatever young lords we encountered previously, all smacked down by me, with one staff blow. Truly good for nothing," the youth said disdainfully. The 2 people chatted as if no one else was present, having utterly no respect for everyone. Han Feng, Zhang Tianyi, these young geniuses, each and every one of their faces revealed expressions of extreme unwillingness to submit, dared to feel indignant, but dared not to speak. This young Master Tong was too strong. Even Nalen Hong was defeated. They were not his match at all. Furthermore, young Master Tong's words made each and every one of them incredibly terrified. Hearing the meaning in these words, they had already challenged many holy lands in succession. And the young lords of those holy lands were actually all defeated at his hands. Along the way, just how many young lords fell under his staff? That youth suddenly swept towards the crowd and asked again, "Is there still anyone stronger?" "Little lord, I became somewhat spirited from fighting. Hands are a little itchy." "Oh, right. Your young lord doesn't seem to have come out yet. Where is he?" Everyone's faces changed, but no one spoke. Clearly, they were not willing to reveal Yi Yuan's whereabouts. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly arrived in front of the youth and said with a smile, "I'll do it." The youth shot Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "Boundless realm, are you here to be funny? When, little lord, I strike down with a staff blow, your little life will be gone." "I'm the young lord," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "You? The young lord?" The youth finally looked Yi Yuan in the eye and discovered that Yi Yuan was more or less his age. The youth swept another glance over the expressions on everyone's faces and knew that Yi Yuan was not lying. He was really the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord, a boundless realm becoming the young lord. Are you kidding? The youth could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan again and suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Even a boundless realm can become the young lord. Your holy land is really interesting. However, I won't pull any punches. If I use too much power, ha." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No need to hold back. Let me have a good look at the power of the heaven and earth staff art." Chapter 8:21. Utter deciphered. Chapter 8:21. Utter deciphered. The others still did not feel anything, but these old man and youth's expressions changed drastically when they heard that. "How do you know the heaven and earth staff art?" the youth said with a shocked look. "Hoo, it's just a set of staff technique. What's odd about knowing it?" Yi Yuan said with a laugh. "A set of staff technique only? Ha, really shameless boasting. You aren't thinking that you're impressive for recognizing the heaven and earth staff art, right? Just a measly little boundless realm. And your tone isn't small," the youth said with a cold laugh. Very clearly, he was very displeased with Yi Yuan's attitude. This heaven and earth staff art was the consummate skill his master became famed for. The power was unparalleled. In Yi Yuan's voice was actually filled with belittlement. How could he be pleased? Yi Yuan said indifferently when he heard this, "I naturally don't think that I'm very impressive, but I also don't feel that a set of staff technique is very amazing." Insolent thing. Do you know what kind of person imparted young Master Tong this set of staff technique? That one sentence utterly enraged Grandpa Sunday. An appalling pressure undulated out, making everyone's hair stand on its end. Tao Profound Realm. Indeed, an emperor-level powerhouse. Just what background are these old man and youth? Such a powerful martial artist has never been seen before in the White Valiant region. Could it be that they came from other regions? Why do I feel that this old man's pressure seems to be even stronger than the Holy Lord's? The might of this old man, before their eyes greatly surpass, said everyone's expectations. In front of this old man, they actually could not muster up the slightest desire to resist. They even had a feeling that this old man was even stronger than the Holy Lord. Tao Profound Realm was extremely mysterious. After advancing to Tao Profound Realm, it was like entering another world for martial artists. It was completely different from previous cultivation realms. Don't look at how the White Valiant region had so many genius martial artists. Those able to break through to Tao Profound Realm were only that meager few people. The difficulty of breaking through to Tao Profound Realm was even harder than adding up all of the realms prior to it. Therefore, the moment this old man became furious, it was as if heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Yi Yuan's sword and tent slowly opened up, as if adding a protective screen for himself. No matter how powerful Grandpa Sun's pressure was, it was unable to change his countenance the least bit too. Perhaps Yi Yuan would be finished off in a single blow in front of Grandpa Sun, but using fifth stage, supreme true intent to withstand this kind of pressure was sufficient. Sensing Yi Yuan's sword intent, the youth's expression changed due to it. Fifth stage, supreme sword intent. I really didn't think that in a remote and backward place like this, there's actually still such a monster. Looks like I've underestimated you. However, if this is your capital for being arrogant, I'm afraid that it's still not enough. The youth said in great surprise. Humph. So, what if fifth stage supreme true intent? To dare insult the heaven and earth staff art, let this old servant kill him, for young master. Grandpa Sun's killing intent was bared. Wait a minute. This boy's age is similar to mine, but the true intent boundary he comprehended is actually even higher than mine. He is worthy for this young master to make a move. He actually dares to look down on the heaven and earth staff art. So let this young master kill him with this staff technique. It's also considered a worthy death. As he said, the youth swung the staff. A powerful staff, intent immediately gushed out. Boy, you have the qualifications to know this young master's name. Remember, this young master is called Luo Tong. Luo Tong did not say another word, directly treating the staff as a whip, striking down at the top of Yi Yuan's skull. This blow had overwhelming power, and the speed was abnormally fast. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast too, directly drawing out the Star Moon sword. His wrist shook, and the long sword trembled, and it actually swung away Luo Tong's staff directly. Terrific boy, have some capability. Eat this young master's staff again. Total annihilation. This move was similarly incomparably powerful, but it was actually like Yi Yuan saw through Luo Tong's staff technique in advance. The Star Moon sword was waiting there long ago, sweeping the staff away easily again. Life and death by a thread. No restrictions. Heavenly steed soaring the skies. Luo Tong's staff technique was uninhibited, and its power was extremely grand, making everyone's hearts palpitate with fear and anxiety. No wonder this Luo Tong could sweep across all of the White Valiant region's geniuses. His strength was completely not on the same level as the White Valiant region's geniuses. Under his staff shadows, one virtually could not see leeway for Yi Yuan to retaliate. The hearts of each and everyone in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land leaped to their throats, all breaking into a sweat with fright for their young lord. Looking at this situation currently, he totally did not use all his power dealing with Nailin Hong earlier. If it was these moves in front of them, Nailin Hong probably could not even block a single move. For young lord to be able to persist until now was already extremely impressive. But at this time, Grandpa Sun's expression was becoming increasingly ugly by the side. He was a doubt-profound realm martial artist. His perception was entirely not what ordinary people could compare to. Luo Tong looked like he took the upper hand completely, but actually he was at a disadvantageous position all along. If not for Yi Yuan being a major cultivation realm lower than Luo Tong would have already lost long ago at this moment. This Yi Yuan seemed to be extremely familiar with the heaven and earth staff art. Every move and stance of Luo Tong's was seen through by Yi Yuan. Each of Yi Yuan's attacks was extremely skillfully executed. It did not even expend much essence energy, but his points of attack were all the weak points in Luo Tong's staff art each time, making Luo Tong extremely bitter. If Yi Yuan's essence energy was sufficient, he could even defeat Luo Tong in one move. How is this possible? The Heaven and Earth staff art is a Tier 9 martial technique. Master relied on it to cultivate to the Divine King realm. Its power is peerlessly formidable, Young Master Tong has already obtained Master's true inheritance. Even if he doesn't reach his level, it's also impossible to be utterly deciphered by a boundless realm, right? Grandpa's son was incomparably shocked in his heart. He was totally unable to imagine that a divine king level staff art was actually cracked thoroughly like this without an unscathed patch of skin. Just what was the background of this youth in front of him? No wonder he recognized the heaven and earth staff art with one glance. Looks like he was extremely familiar with this set of staff technique. He was even perfectly aware of the staff art's flaws. Just what is going on here? That youth clearly takes the absolute upper hand, but he just can't defeat young Lord. Pooh, what's your meaning here? Could it be that you hope for young Lord Yi to be defeated at other people's hands? How can that be? I only feel that it's strange. Seems like young Lord Yi has been using essence energy to battle all along up until now, and didn't employ the power of his fleshy body at all. If he utilizes the strength of his fleshy body, it shouldn't be this sort of situation. With you saying it like this, it's really somewhat odd. But speaking of which, who can see through young Lord Yi? In a twinkle, 400 to 500 rounds pass, said. The more they fought, the stranger everyone felt. Their concern towards Yi Yuan became increasingly lesser too. From the very beginning, Luo Tong took the absolute upper hand. But after 400 to 500 rounds, he still had not defeated Yi Yuan. There must be some fists. I plus ness in it. Clank. Another crisp sound transmitted over. The two figures finally separated. Luo Tong gripped the staff tightly, panting heavily for air, and was actually somewhat out of breath. Clearly, the essence energy expenditure was immense. In contrast, Yi Yuan stood there calmly, like he was completely fine. Chapter 8:22. Too lacking? Chapter 8:22. Too lacking? How is it possible? Why are my moves completely restrained by you? Luo Tong wielded his staff, and his expression turned incomparably ugly. He seriously could not figure it out. His staff technique had been ever triumphant all along. But why could it not unleash any power at all when it arrived in front of Yi Yuan? Actually, Luo Tong had detected something amiss long ago, but he was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and completely unresigned, foolhardily persisting for 400 to 500 rounds. But he discovered now that Yi Yuan being able to restrain his staff art was absolutely not a coincidence. Even though the Heaven and Earth staff art is a high-grade Tier 9 martial technique, it doesn't mean that it's an invincible martial technique. Is it very strange to be subdued? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Impossible. Even if your strength is stronger than mine, it's also not possible to completely subdue me. Unless you're very familiar with the Heaven and Earth staff art. Who on earth are you? Luo Tong pointed the staff and asked without any courtesy. You're really forgetful. Didn't I tell you earlier that I'm the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord? Humph. This Heaven and Earth staff art is Master's highly guarded secret. It's completely impossible for outsiders to be so familiar with the staff art. If you don't give me an account today, I'll destroy your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Luo Tong said with a cold snort. When Chen Qi and the rest heard these words, their hearts pounded. That old man's strength was too powerful. Perhaps even the Holy Lord was not a match either at his prime, let alone talk about now. He alone was sufficient to wipe out the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. But the moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's expression instantly became cold. Luo Tong was unsettled by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually took a step back involuntarily. That instant earlier, he actually felt like who he was facing was not a youngster, but a most exalted king. I was actually afraid. This brat is merely a boundless realm. I was actually unsettled by his aura. I'm a divine king's disciple. How could I be intimidated by a backwater bee? You can. Luo Tong was incomparably ashamed and indignant in his heart. Ever since he came out, he made a clean sweep all the way. Today, facing a martial artist whose cultivation realm was lower than his, he was actually afraid. This was what he could not accept. Exterminating people's entire family at the slightest provocation. Was this how Dong Feiyang taught you? Yi Yuan took a step forward in an imposing manner. Luo Tong forcefully composed himself, but no idea why, he actually took a step back again. How do you know Master's name? Luo Tong exclaimed in shock. The White Valiant region was a very remote, small region. Its strength was very weak, and information was out of touch. The people here might have heard before the Tlea of frenzied staff divine king, but it was simply impossible to know Dong Feiyang this name. But this youth in front of him actually called it out flatly. Want to know who I am? Go back and ask Dong Feiyang, and you'll know. As for the words earlier, I'll treat it as if I didn't hear it. If Dong Feiyang heard it, he'd exterminate you, this unfilial disciple, without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan said coldly. Luo Tong's expression changed, and he said, a measly little boundless realm. You think you can scare me with a couple of words? Do you take me to be a 3-year-old kid? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Looks like Dong Feiyang is really declining with each sing day to actually have taught such a rude and unreasonable disciple. If you feel that I'm scaring you, you can very well let this old man make a move and give it a try right now. I dare assure you that Dong Feiyang definitely won't end your life with just a simple death. Yi Yuan was clearly not joking around with Luo Tong. His meaning was that it would not be that easy of a matter for Luo Tong to die even if he wanted to. It would be a torturous pain, Wisconsin plus Ing himself to be dead. Chun Qin and the rest all had their hearts leap to their throats. They did not think that Yi Yuan was still so domineering, facing a Tao profound realm expert whose depths could not be fathomed. If he angered this old man, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have to be buried together. In front of a Tao profound realm, they did not even have hopes of escaping. Luo Tong was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually broke into a cold sweat. He looked at Yi Yuan, wanting to see a hint of panic from Yi Yuan's eyes. Yet, he was disappointed. In Yi Yuan's eyes had not the slightest hint of fear. Instead, it carried the thick disdain of a king. Clearly, Yi Yuan really thought nothing of him and Grandpa's son, and he was not playing a game of bluff. To dare do so, Yi Yuan was either a fool or really had some reliance. Could it be that there was really some relations? Plus P between Yi Yuan and Master? All of a sudden, Luo Tong seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing dramatically. This guy wouldn't be Master's son, right? The more Luo Tong thought, the more he felt that the likelihood of this was huge. Master made him tour this area. Furthermore, the time was restricted. Could it be in order to create this encounter of fate? Apart from teaching him, Master was even guiding this youth in front of him. Otherwise, how to explain why Yi Yuan was familiar with the heaven and earth staff art to such a degree? Each move and stance of Luo Tong could not unleash its power in front of Yi Yuan. Could it be your master's son? Luo Tong asked weakly. Yi Yuan froze, and then could not help laughing soon after as he said, "To think that you can come up with that. Don't guess wildly anymore. Want to know who I am? Go back and ask your master, and you'll know." Your master, is he well currently? In Yi Yuan's words carried extremely complicated emotions. Luo Tong could not help being stupefied when he saw it. Yi Yuan asked these words like reminiscing about an old friend he had not seen for many years. Just earlier, He clearly saw that splotch of a crystalline teardrop in Yi Yuan's eye. Although Yi Yuan controlled his emotions very well, he still saw it. This was absolutely revealing one's true sentiments. But Yi Yuan's age? How was this possible? Luo Tong was baffled right now and became even more suspicious about Yi Yuan's ident. But he was really somewhat afraid regarding Yi Yuan's threat now. Master's condition isn't very good. He had restrictions placed on him by someone and is unable to crack it all along. He has been in close seclusion all the way these few years. It's very hard for outsiders to meet him now, Luo Tong answered. Yi Yuan's expression changed, but he heaved a sigh again very quickly and transmitted his voice to Luo Tong. You go back then. Want to know who I am? Just ask your master, and you'll know. When you see him, help give him my regards. If he wishes to come and see me, tell him not to come over. You tell him, when the right moment comes, I'll go and find him. Some words naturally could not be said in front of so many people. Although this Luo Tong was a little domineering, one could tell that Dong Feiyang should have pinned high hopes on him. Otherwise, he also would not send a third-level Dao profound servant to bring him to travel around. Therefore, this Luo Tong should be trustworthy. Luo Tong had an uncertain look and asked, You really know my master? My master's old friends. I've seen most of them, but I have never heard of you before. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This brat really won't give up. You don't need to probe me anymore either. I won't tell you. Want to know? Better go ask Dong Feiyang. Also, the essence of heaven and earth staff art lies in these words, heaven and earth. The moment the staff art is unleashed, your heaven and earth, lording over a stretch of heaven and earth. Your staff technique only acquired the form, but it has yet to obtain the meaning. It's still way too lacking. Chapter 8:23, Quietly Approaching Danger. Chapter 8:23. Quietly approaching danger. Grandpa's son's expression changed, and he exclaimed in shock, You actually said it exactly the same as Master. Master made him come out to temper his staff technique because he knew that young Master Lu Tong's staff technique has yet to obtain the true intent. So this trip is to seek a breakthrough point. Luo Tong was astonished when he heard that and said, What did you say? Master made me come out to challenge young geniuses. Because of this reason? Grandpa's son nodded his head and said, That's right. This was Master's appraisal of you in private. It's just that he says he wants to let you comprehend yourself. That's why he didn't tell you. This youngster is very strange. Luo Tong looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a complicated look. This youth was clearly around the same age as him, but that elder-like behavior was really sufficiently intimidating. But at this point, Luo Tong no longer doubted Yi Yuan's extraordinariness, to be able to speak exactly the same words as his master. This was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Okay, I'll go back and ask Master right away. If I discover that you're lying to me, your entire holy land will have to prepare for destruction. Luo Tong gave a cold snort, put away the staff, and left. Grandpa's son followed closely behind too. The two people's figures gradually vanished from everyone's sight. Seeing that unfathomable old man leave, everyone heaved a long sigh in relief too. The pressure Grandpa's son gave them was seriously too great. Their nerves were tensed up very tightly, not daring to loosen up at all. However, the gazes the elders looked at Yi Yuan with became somewhat complicated. Grandpa's son's strength was at least second-level Dao Profound, maybe even third-level Dao Profound, but he called Luo Tong's master as Master Time, and again, this indicated that Luo Tong's master strength was definitely unfathomable. But hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, he was actually old acquaintances with that Dong Feiyang. This was also too bizarre. But to them, this did not seem important. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was protecting the crimson afterglow holy land. This was sufficient. The more formidable Yi Yuan's strength, the brighter crimson afterglow Holy Land's future in the days to come as well. And these families would clearly also receive benefits along with it. Luo Tong and Grandpa Sun's appearance brought an enormous upheaval to the White Valiant region. Virtually all of the Holy Lands were swept once by them. Some Holy Lands that had no eyes were even taught a fine lesson by Grandpa Sun, crippling phaseless realm elders. Those young geniuses were also beaten badly enough by Luo Tong. Some were even crippled. The only one that remained completely intact was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. After this incident, Yi Yuan's prestige in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land rose unprecedentedly, and the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined helped the Holy Land's young geniuses break through bottlenecks successfully. The one who received the greatest benefits among them was actually Wu Jiantong. Yi Yuan helped him to refine a transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill. After he consumed it, he broke through the fetters very quickly and reached the heaven enlightenment realm. Wu Jiantong knew that he would not catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps in this lifetime, even if he broke through to heaven enlightenment realm. After this, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land entered a relatively quiet period, and Yi Yuan himself also was not aware that a huge danger was currently in the midst of brewing. Currently, in the faraway Great Xiang region's vast Sun City, Zhou Yan finally got Yi Yuan's news he waited for. You're saying that Yi Yuan, that aboriginal, actually become the young lord of a rank 9 holy land in around a year's time? Furthermore, his strength is already comparable to heaven enlightenment realm martial artists. You're certain that you're not joking? Hearing this news, Zhou Yan's mood was clearly not that good. The retainer, Zhou Yu, who was sent out by him, said, cautiously, absolutely true. The person this subordinate sent out laid low in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land for a month's time. Their new young lord should be the Yi Yuan that young master said. He was still planning on capturing this Yi Yuan back alive at that time, but that Yi Yuan used no idea what method and actually subdued a black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8, who is on the verge of transforming into a dragon. He's not a match at all. Hence, that's why he dare not act rashly without careful thought. Black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8? You're sure that this information isn't wrong? On what basis does he, a boundless realm, have to bring a black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8 under his control? Zhou Yan said in disbelief. Zhou Yu said, when this subordinate heard this news, my reaction was exactly the same as young master's. But this matter is indeed true. On the day Yi Yuan succeeded the position, he defeated the strongest one of the 7 holy sons in one move, then let out the black flood dragon. All of the people in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land saw this scene. It can't be faked. Zhou Yan's face was as dark as water and was suddenly incomparably vexed in his heart. No idea why, his inner heart actually produced that tiny hint of threat. When he saw Yi Yuan in the lower realms, Yi Yuan was still just a Soul Sea realm martial artist. Just how much time had Pa S said here, Yi Yuan actually cultivated to boundless realm with lightning speed. Furthermore, he even had strength comparable to heaven enlightenment realm. At this rate, Yi Yuan catching up to him was also not something impossible. Being Serpa S said by AB, you kin like Yi Yuan, Zhou Yan absolutely did not allow it. Moreover, Yi Yuan was even his greatest love rival. These 2 years' time, Zhou Yan often saw that sort of longing and affectionate expression on Yu Mengli's face. This deeply wounded his pride as a man. Any person in this world could Serpa S him, Zhou Yan. Only Yi Yuan could not. Originally, Zhou Yan did not attach any importance to Yi Yuan at all. But hearing this news, He had no choice but to face this aboriginal squarely. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too alarming. Zhou Yu, take a trip with me to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Zhou Yan was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "Yes, young master." Zhou Yu was very familiar with Zhou Yan. When he heard this news, he knew that Yi Yuan would definitely be unlikely to survive. Hence, hearing this order of Zhou Yan's, he was not surprised at all either. On a small island somewhere in the divine realm, the scenery was delightfully beautiful, giving people a feeling of an otherworldly paradise. On the island was a small peak. On the small peak was a pavilion. A stone table was placed in the pavilion. The two ends of the stone table sat a middle-aged man and an old man, currently playing Go. The old man played black, put down a piece, and said with a loud laugh, "Zhong Zizhen, you lost again. In these 10 days, you didn't win a single match. How did the exalted soul martial divine king become someone weak, and then obsessed with Go? This isn't like you." That middle-aged man was actually the legendary soul martial divine king, Zhong Zizhen. Zhong Zizhen said with a smile, "No idea why, I keep feeling uneasy recently, as if something is going to happen." The old man's expression changed, and he said, "Cultivation reaching yours, and my boundary can pry into the heavenly Tao. You being hit with a sudden inspiration like this, there might really be some major event that's coming." Zhong Zizhen nodded his head slightly and said, "These few years, the undercurrents of the divine realm are flowing. I fear that before long, something major will really happen. At that time, it will likely be hard for you and me to escape this maelstrom too." The old man sighed slightly and said, "At our level, our hearts are no longer filled with distracting thoughts towards these secular matters. Apart from deity realm, what else can still move yours and my heart?" Chapter 8:24. You came back. Chapter 8:24. You came back. Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? Back then, how glorious were the deity realm powerhouses. Didn't they turn to ashes overnight too? How can you and I escape the maelstrom of this era? Zhong Zizhen said. Speaking of which, the Medicine King Hall changed owners overnight back then, which was similarly bewildering. Until now, and Body could figure out the reason why too. Looks like this divine realm really has quite a number of things that you and I are unable to control. The old man said with a sigh. Zhong Zizhen's expression changed slightly, but nodded his head powerlessly as well. Right then, a ripple spread out in the S.P.C. in front of the two people. A pale yellow paper crane pierced through the void and arrived in front of Zhong Zizhen. The paper crane flapped its wings like it was telling Zhong Zizhen something. "Looks like you have a guest here. This old self will take his leave right now," the old man said. Zhong Zizhen waved his hand and said, "Sip some tea for a moment. I'll be right back. Losing so many days in a row, I got to at least win back one round." Finished talking, Zhong Zizhen strode out and directly vanished on the spot. Outside the island, an old man stood with his hands by the side, appearing very respectful. If outsiders knew, it would definitely make their jaws hit the ground. This old man was precisely the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's first elder, who gave Yi Yuan the gold token. He was also an 8th level Dao profound expert. But facing the Soul Martial King, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. All of a sudden, a series of distortions emitted from the S.P.A.C. A middle-aged man slowly walked out from the void. Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Li Yao pays respect to Soul Martial Divine King. First elder bowed down low and said. Zhong Zizhen had both hands behind his back as he said coolly, "Speak then. These few days, my mood isn't very good. If you don't give me a proper reason, Don't blame me for going to find Zhui Yuhai to get an account. You're reading on. com/TKS. Although Zhong Zizhen's alchemy path means were exceptionally skilled, people finding him to refine pills were extremely few. His temperament was very eccentric, and he rarely made a move to annoying him. He would even make a move to kill people. Furthermore, he would not need to give a reason at all. At that time, the medicinal pill did not get refined, and the person lost his little life instead. The Zhui Yuhai Zhong Zizhen talked about was naturally the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head chairman. Li Yao knew that for Zhong Zizhen to show himself and meet in person was most likely on account of head chairman's face. But Li Yao's heart pounded when he heard Zhong Zizhen's words. What luck! Why did he just happen to pick the time when this malefic star was in a bad mood? Actually, the one who requested our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to bring this news is a White Valiant Region's rank 9 Holy Lands young lord named Yi Yuan. He says that he's your excellency's old acquaintance, and that as long as we bring the news, my lord will definitely agree to refine medicinal pills for him, Li Yao said deferentially. Li Yao's words directly sold Yi Yuan out. Facing a powerhouse like the Soul Martial Divine King, Li Yao had no choice but to respond carefully. Therefore, the meaning in his words was that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was actually just responsible for Pius. Sing the words. The others, they were completely not responsible. If not for the allure of Yi Yuan's 2 kinds of pill formulas being too great, and also wanting to make friends with this future alchemy path genius, how could Li Yao, this first elder, possibly come to pay a formal visit to Zhong Zizhen personally? Hearing Li Yao's words, Zhong Zizhen's brows knitted together once more. Do you all feel that this seat is very free, and will become old acquaintances with the young lord of a rank 9 Holy Land? But I'm quite curious, though, what kind of benefits that whatever young lord gave you to actually be able to invite you to come to find me personally. A feeling of immense danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. Very clearly, Zhong Zizhen was really enraged. Li Yao's expression changed, and he secretly cursed Yi Yuan in his heart, really got possessed by a ghost to actually believe that Yi Yuan would be on familiar terms with the Soul Martial Divine King. When Zhong Zizhen heard Yi Yuan's name, he did not have any reaction at all, but flew into a great rage instead. But him agreeing to make this trip clearly harbored some hopes of a fluke too. Yi Yuan's alchemy path talent was too freakish. It was on an entirely different level from ordinary young geniuses. Just based on this, he might really know the Soul Martial Divine King. Perhaps Yi Yuan was even Zhong Zizhen's successor. It appears now that it was completely bull. The entire Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was cheated by Yi Yuan. How could the lofty Soul Martial Divine King possibly refine pills for an unimportant rank 9 Holy Lands young lord? Li Yao hurriedly bent his body low and said, "Calm your anger, your excellency." He said to let me bring a sentence for my lord. As long as my lord hears it, you'll definitely agree to help him refine pills. Zhong Zizhen said impatiently, "Scram, this seat doesn't have the patience to listen to your rubbish. H. Plus finish talking, the S, P, A, C become warped once more." Zhong Zizhen turned around and was about to leave. Li Yao panicked. If Zhong Zizhen were to leave, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would screw it up on both ends. This Yi Yuan could take out 2 kinds of such heaven-defying pill formulas randomly. Clearly, his stock was not little. Once he offended Yi Yuan, forget about the transaction this time falling through. It would probably utterly fizzle out in the future too, returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally. Could it be that the boy was lying to me? Li Yao had a clever idea hit in an emergency and grumbled softly. He believed that with the Soul Martial Divine King's hearing abilities, he was bound to be able to hear this sentence. If he still did not have any reaction, then he could only just leave. Actually, Li Yao was also harboring the mood of making a Hail Mary effort. He did not expect that with him grumbling like this, Zhong Zizhen's figure became stiff and S.P.A.C. returned to normal. What did you say just now? Say it one more time. Zhong Zizhen furrowed his brows and said, replying, Your Excellency, the words that youth made me bring was returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally. Li Yao hurriedly said. Zhong Zizhen's expression fell. An extremely complicated expression showed in his gaze. After being silent for a moment, Zhong Zizhen suddenly asked, You're certain that this person who made you S on the message is a rank 9 Holy Lands young lord? Li Yao nodded and said, Very certain. It's just that this youth seems to be quite different from ordinary geniuses. Oh, different in what way? Let's hear it. Zhong Zizhen's expression already returned to normal. Li Yao could not tell what he was thinking about too. But seeing Zhong Zizhen inquire, Li Yao did not dare to conceal either, roughly going over Yi Yuan's matters once. Yi Yuan's information the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had been following with interest all along. Therefore, the First Elder was very familiar with him. Listening until the end, Zhong Zizhen suddenly said, Leave the spirit medicines behind. You can go already. Li Yao was startled and had somewhat yet to recover to his senses. Zhong Zizhen pulled a long face and said, Didn't hear it? Li Yao shuddered all over, hastily taking out a storage ring and throwing it to Zhong Zizhen. Zhong Zizhen received the storage ring, turned around, and left. Just what background does this Yi Yuan have to actually really be able to let the sole martial divine king agree to refine pills for him? Furthermore, the sole martial divine king refining pills is extremely expensive. The price might even be as much as several times of the medicinal pills. This time, the sole martial divine king actually didn't even open his mouth to charge a price. Li Yao said in astonishment. In Li Yao's impression, Yi Yuan became even more enshrouded in mystery. Zhong Zizhen's figure appeared in the pavilion once more. So slow. Really didn't think that you would be so long-winded with people. The old man sipped tea, as he said with a smile at the same time. Zhong Zizhen smiled bitterly and said, Song Chuyu, not keeping you behind this time. Let's battle again, next time. The old man was slightly surprised, but did not say anything. Nodding his head, he left right away. After the old man left, Zhong Zizhen looked into the distance and said somewhat absent-mindedly, You came back. Chapter 8:25. Corpse Tied. Chapter 8:25. Corpse tied on a high ridge at the borders of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Several figures gazed into the distance. Young Lord, these zombies Sup1/Sup appeared out of G. Oh, D knows where. Each and every one of their strength is very formidable. Whenever night comes, they will come out in full force and wreak havoc in the nearby cities. In a short half a month's time, they have already destroyed 3 cities. None of the city lords of these 3 cities were lucky to escape. Right now, everyone in this region is in a state of panic. The one speaking was a phaseless realm elder called W.A.N. Jizan, who was also the person in charge of a large area with more or less the same status as Yang Senator. In this half a month, a zombie uprising suddenly erupted outside the borders of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's northwest position. Every time night came, tens of thousands of zombies would engage in wanton massacre everywhere, killing people on sight. W.A.N. Jizan organized a large group of martial artists to come and kill these zombies. The result was that they returned in utter defeat with heavy casualties. That was why they had no choice but to seek help from the Holy Land. Hearing W. and Jizan's plea for help. Yi Yuan also felt that the zombie uprising this time was rather unusual too. Therefore, he brought Wu Siyuan and Blackwind together and came here to investigate the situation. Speaking of which, ever since after Wu Siyuan saw Blackwind, he no longer had any disloyalty towards Yi Yuan. He knew that even if he exhausted the Wu family's power, it was also not possible to be Blackwind's match. Yi Yuan could subdue a powerful demonic beast like this. What else was there that he was unconvinced by? Standing on top of this hill could scan far into the distance at the situation nearby. But it was broad daylight currently. Those zombies went to hide at G. Oh, D knows where, not even a trace of them could be seen. But Yi Yuan could sense that the evil yin qi in the large stretch of the area around was extremely heavy. What N. Jizan said was clearly not false. Yi Yuan even went to the 3 cities that were destroyed prior to this. Over there was simply purgatory on earth. Even Yi Yuan, this kind of person who had very rich experiences, could not help being visibly moved because of it as well. He also secretly made up his mind to definitely eliminate these zombies. According to observations during these 2 days, these zombies seem to be intentionally expanding their territory. If it carries on developing according to this sort of trend, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Yi Yuan said with a frown. N. Jizan was startled. Carefully recalling the process of the corpse tide happening, seems like it really was the case. This, young lord, what should we do now? Even though we haven't seen yet, but in this corpse tide, there is definitely a Tier 8 Earth corpse. N. Jizan could not quite make the decision. Yi Yuan was silent for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "The corpse tide erupted very suddenly. Furthermore, it's very controlled. I feel that there is someone manipulating these zombies at the back." N. Jizan's expression changed, and he said, "Young lord, such a scale of corpse tide. How formidable a strength does one require to be able to manipulate it?" This sort of conjecture, isn't it? Very clearly he felt that Yi Yuan's conjecture was somewhat nonsensical. N. Jizan was certain that there absolutely existed a Tier 8 zombie in this corpse tide. Moreover, the scale of this corpse tide was completely not what ordinary martial artists could manipulate. Yi Yuan actually suspected that someone was manipulating behind. This kind of possibility was too low. Regarding N. Jizan's questioning, Yi Yuan paid no attention to it and said with a smile, "Manipulating these zombies doesn't necessarily need to have cultivation realm corresponding to them. As long as the method is apt, martial artists can even cross realms to control the zombies." Suddenly, several small black dots in the sky approached close from far away. Several silhouettes landed on this hill as well. A martial artist who looked like a youth swept a glance over Yi Yuan trio and said disdainfully, "Ha! Your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is really incompetent to actually have such a large-scale corpse tide erupt, causing our Cloud Watchtower, Holy Land, to suffer along with it too. Truly preposterous." This youth sage was not old, and actually had peak heaven enlightenment realm strength. When N. Jizan saw this youth, his expression could not help changing. "Young Lord Wei Chung, your words are a little prejudiced. This area is at the borders of our 4 great holy lands. How is it caused by our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land?" N. Jizan said indignantly. This youth in front of them was precisely the young lord of the adjacent Cloud Watchtower, Holy Land, called Wei Chung. After Yi Yuan summed this position of young lord, although he had not seen before the other Holy Land's young lords, he had heard before this Wei Cheng's name. Even though the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land was a rank 9 Holy Land too, its overall strength was quite a bit stronger compared to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. This Wei Cheng was the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's #1 genius, who was inducted by the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's Holy Lord last year. His strength was extremely formidable. In comparison, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's junior generation was way worse. Hence, they kept stalling and did not appoint a young lord all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Hearing W.A.N. Jizan explained away, Wei Cheng said with a cold snort, resorting to sophistry in self-justification. This stretch of area is the region where the corpse tide erupted the fiercest. You don't tell me that this area is not your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's boundary. Our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land coming over now is to help you resolve the danger. And you guys actually have such an attitude. Looks like we were somewhat meddlesome. Let's go. W.A.N. Jizan's expression changed, and he hurriedly went forward, wanting to stop the other party, but was stopped by Yi Yuan, who said coolly, "Let him go." W.A.N. Jizan was somewhat put on a spot and said softly, "Young lord, the corpse tide this time is 2 ma.s. Civ. It's probably not what we, a single holy land, are able to resolve." But when these words landed in Wei Cheng's ear, his eyebrows raised up, and he said deridingly, "Good gracious, I was wondering who it was. Turns out that you're the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's newly appointed Boundless Realm Young Lord. Everyone says that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is declining with each pa-s sing day. Looking at it now, it's indeed the case. A puny little Boundless Realm martial artist was actually appointed as Young Lord. Really disgraceful enough." The moment W.A.N. Jizan heard, his face flushed scarlet red. He had been garrisoned at the frontiers all along. Although he was aware of the matters that happened in the Holy Land, it was mostly from hearing toward this Boundless Realm Young Lord. He was actually quite disapproving in his heart, being verbally insulted by another Holy Land's young lord at this time. He felt deeply affected, like he had experienced it himself, and felt that it was humiliating to the extreme. Young Lord Wei Cheng's aura is somewhat unstable. There seems to still be some bruises on your face. No matter how you look at it, it seems like you were taught a lesson by someone. Oh, right. Heard that an old man and a youth came to the White Valiant region some time ago to challenge the White Valiant region's young geniuses. The wound on young Lord Wei Cheng's face wouldn't have been done by them, right? The Wu Siyuan, who did not speak at the side, all along ridiculed at this time. Wei Cheng's expression sunk when he heard that. He involuntarily recalled countless staff images in his mind. The bruises on his face were left behind by precisely Luo Tong. Before Luo Tong and Grandpa's son came to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, where they arrived at was precisely the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. The Wei Cheng, who was rated as invincible in the same realm, was actually beaten into a pig's head by Luo Tong. Even though close to a month's time had already said, the bruises on his face had not recovered. This was Wei Cheng's greatest humiliation in his lifetime, but he had the scars directly torn open by Wu Siyuan. Insolent, that youngster's strength was unfathomable. Young Lord Wei Cheng only suck. You bed because his mind wandered for a moment. Wu Siyuan, don't defame young Lord Wei Cheng. If you have the capabilities, let this boundless realm young lord of yours go try fighting him. Denounced a phaseless realm elder who was behind Wei Cheng. Ha ha ha. When Wu Siyuan heard that elder's words, he could not refrain from bursting into laughter. Chapter 8:26. Cooperation. Chapter 8:26. Cooperation. What are you laughing at? Wei Cheng said with a grim expression. Laughing at what? I'm laughing at your ignorance. That Luo Tong came to our White Valiant region in order to train. Could it be that you think he won't come to the Crimson, Afterglow, Holy Land? He's already young lords vanquished fo long ago, but you guys want young lord to go fight with him? Isn't that very laughable? Wu Siyuan said with a hearty laugh. What did you say? This boundless realm young lord of yours can beat that Luo Tong? Wu Siyuan, do you take me Wei Cheng to be a fool? Wei Cheng said with a cold smile. He was all too familiar with that Luo Tong's strength. Even though his cultivation realm was a little higher than Luo Tong's, in front of Luo Tong, he had no strength to retaliate in the slightest. Only after seeing Luo Tong did Wei Cheng know what was called a true genius. But now Wu Siyuan said that Yi Yuan defeated Luo Tong. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Luo Tong was a full major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Furthermore, his concept's comprehension was exceptionally high. For Yi Yuan to want to beat him, the possibility did not exist at all. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land personally witnessed this incident from top to bottom. Could it still be faked? Wu Siyuan said disdainfully. Wei Cheng clearly did not believe it, but Wu Siyuan readily called out Luo Tong's name. Clearly, Luo Tong had already been to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. But Yi Yuan was completely unscathed, currently, unwittingly making Wei Cheng become somewhat uncertain. Logically speaking, Luo Tong went to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land after the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. If Yi Yuan really exchanged blows with Luo Tong, it was impossible to not leave behind injuries on his body. Is that so? Whether it's a mule or a horse, drag it out for a walk, and you'll know. Wei Cheng's heart stirred and looked towards Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression. Both parties were 3 versus 3 right now. With the 2 other elders tying down the other 2, it was as easy as turning one's hand for him to feel out Yi Yuan's depths. While talking, Wei Cheng already scuttled towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Careful, young lord! Although W.A.N. Jizan was rather disapproving of Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord after all. How could he be bullied by outsiders? But his figure had yet to move when it was held back by Wu Siyuan. Wu Siyuan, what are you doing? W.A.N. Jizan glared at Wu Siyuan and said, very clearly, he was extremely discontented with Wu Siyuan's way of doing things. The young lord was encountering danger. How could they look on with folded arms? Just watch. This young lord of ours isn't an average man. For Wei Cheng to want to bully him, it's still early. Wu Siyuan said with a smile. Roar. Wei Cheng's figure was still 80 feet away from Yi Yuan when a black flood dragon suddenly appeared between him and Yi Yuan. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Wei Cheng forcefully stopped his figure. Seeing Black Wind, the faces of Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's 3 people changed drastically. To dare offend Master, deserve to die. Black Wind said coldly, Forget it, Black Wind. No need to haggle over it with him. Yi Yuan said indifferently. The pressure of the Great Circle Tier 8 releasing out, Wei Cheng had a feeling of being at death's door. But what made him even more shocked was that this black flood dragon actually called Yi Yuan as master. A boundless realm actually brought along a Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast servant. This was also a bit too extravagant, right? Yes, master. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Black Wind retreated to one side obediently. Wei Cheng's eyes went wide. This was a Great Circle of Tier 8 servant. Forget about him. Even if it was the Holy Lord, it was very hard to have such treatment either. A Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast was not so easy to run into. Furthermore, a Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast. Every single one had extremely high intelligence. It was easy for the Holy Lord to want to kill, but wanting to make the other party pledge allegiance was incredibly difficult, let alone that Blackwind was even a demonic beast who was about to transform into a dragon. He was considered half of the dragon race already. This kind of demonic beast was extremely proud, making it even less likely to become a human's servant. Yet Yi Yuan obtained such a demonic beast. Wei Cheng naturally would not think that this was subdued by Yi Yuan himself, apart from the Holy Lord Tu Yu. Who else in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land had this kind of strength? These few years, it was widely rumored that Tu Yu's situation was not good. Looking at it now, this was absolute rubbish. Plus, young Lord Wei Cheng, don't feign composure here anymore. If the corpse tide isn't controlled, forget about my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even the entire White Valiant region might become a death zone. Therefore, what we need to do now is sincere cooperation and not stirring up trouble. Yi Yuan said coolly. Wei Cheng's expression was very ugly. Turns out that his thoughts were seen through by Yi Yuan long ago. Although the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land situation was not as severe as the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, the situation could no longer be ignored as well. Humph! Looking at the current situation, the source of this corpse tide is absolutely your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, causing such a major incident. I want to see how you guys give an account to the other Holy Lands. Wei Cheng said with a cold snort. Being caught by Yi Yuan, Wei Cheng was very unhappy. But he was wary of Blackwind too, so he could only bring out the other Holy Lands to suppress Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he said, right now, the corpse tide clearly shows a trend of spreading. Furthermore, after ordinary martial artists are killed by the zombies, they will be controlled by the zombies too. At this rate, the scale of the corpse tide will become increasingly massive. At that time, it will be unsalvageable. If I were you, I'd take out sincerity to cooperate. Get off my back about whatever source issues. Want to really talk again after stopping the corpse tide. Right now was clearly not the time to be disputing over trifles, but for the various Holy Lands to cooperate properly and eradicate the corpse tide. Right at this time, 7 to 8 silhouettes appeared in the horizon, and were currently approaching them. Wu Xiyuan whispered by Yi Yuan's ear. It's the Fire Feather Holy Land and the Soaring Rainbow Holy Lands people. Those two young men are the Holy Land's young lords. One is called Hua Shujie, the other is called Shengjun. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. After a round of small talk, Hua Shujie and Shengjun both got to know that Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's newly ascended young lord as well. Naturally, they could not dispense with contempt in their hearts, but with Blackwind around, even if they looked down on him, they got to suppress it in their hearts too. Since you've come, you should also understand the situation at the moment. This time, our 4 families should contribute a share to eliminate this corpse tide. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, why don't young lord you say just how our 4 families should cooperate? Wei Cheng said with a cold laugh. Although unwilling to admit it, what Yi Yuan was talking about was indeed a matter that brooked no delay. Each day it was delayed, the difficulty level of dealing with this corpse tide would become even greater. Yi Yuan had a well-thought-out plan long ago and opened his mouth and said, this corpse tide is limitless and simply can't be killed finish. Forcefully dealing with these zombies will only increase the casualties in vain. Want to eliminate the corpse tide this time? We still got to figure out the real reason for corpse tide's eruption. Hence, I plan on fists. Plussing out just where these zombies came from after night falls today. I wonder what everyone's opinions are. Hua Shujie thought about it and said with a nod, what young lord you said is right. In this Hua's opinion, Even if everyone has some conflicts, put it down first. It's not too late for us to shut the doors and settle accounts after pus. Plussing back the corpse tide. I have no objections either. With our strength, these zombies can't come close at all. Today, we'll go in the same direction the zombies come from and search properly. Best if we can find their den and wipe them out altogether. Chapter 8:27, Killing People. Chapter 8:27, Killing People at Night. Dark clouds covered the moon, causing people unable to see one's hands in front of them. Roar. All of a sudden, a low roar echoed out, shattering the night's tranquility. Following this low roar, faint grinding sounds started sounding out on the Earth's surface, making Yi Yuan and the rest unwittingly feel their scalps tingle. A terrifying air crept out. Even if each and every one of these people were courageous because of superb skills, their hearts could not refrain from speeding up at this time too. It's here, Yi Yuan said solemnly. His vision was extremely good and could already see the tidewater like zombie army surging over towards here. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The one tie of the zombie army before their eyes was seriously too outrageous. As far as the eye could see were all densely packed zombies, giving people an overwhelming sense of pressure. Isn't this number a bit too terrifying? Even if every person spat a mouthful of spittle, it can drown us to death too. Shengjun said, They are not people, but zombies. Still talking about spitting spittle. Don't you find it disgusting? Hua Shujia said sarcastically. You guys are still in the mood to jest around. Such numbers of zombies. Even if we're the ones who get trapped inside, we'll get exhausted to death too. Wei Chung said grimly, a vast expanse of corpse tide stretching to infinity. The sensory organ impact it brought to people was seriously too shocking. Even if it were these phaseless realm elders. All of them had grave expressions too, akin to facing a formidable foe. The strength of these zombies were all not strong. The vast majority were under tier 6. But when the numbers reached such a horrifying extent, it already went from a quantitative transformation to qualitative transformation. Phaseless realm martial artists getting bogged down inside had very slim chances of survival too. Looking at the direction they are headed, it should be Waterplane City. Looks like they really want to expand territory. Wu Siyuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said, Coolly, everyone rush over in the same direction where the zombies are coming from. Don't turn back. We only have a night's time. Everybody, make the best use of time and don't get enamored with fighting. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's feet suddenly unleashed a move and actually took the lead to sprint towards the corpse tide. Jizan's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation and shouted at Yi Yuan's back view, Wait for us, young lord! In Jizan's view, Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was the Black Flood Dragon. He definitely had some capabilities himself, but facing this ocean-like corpse tide, how could it be adequate? Jizan's figure moved, and he chased after too. Wu Siyuan followed, closely behind. Blackwind chased, after Yi Yuan like a gust of wind, as well. Wei Chung sneered coldly when he saw the situation, and said, Reckless thing with no idea of death or danger. A measly little boundless realm actually dares to take the lead. Shengjun smiled too, and said, This new Crimson Afterglow's young lord seems rather reckless. Hope that these zombies will show mercy and not hurt him. Stop making irresponsible and carping remarks here. Let's go together. If that Yi Yuan dies, we won't gain any advantage either. No matter how lacking his strength is, isn't there still a great circle of Tier 8 Black Flood Dragon? With him around, we have no worries this trip, Hua Shujia said. Everyone nodded, their figures Russ. I, plussing speedily over towards the corpse tide too. But their figures had yet to walk out very far, when they all froze abruptly. The looks on their faces were fascinating to the extreme. Far away, Yi Yuan was in the front ranks. It was only for them to see him brandish. I, plussing the longsword in his hand. Countless sword lights were instantly released, attacking towards those zombies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan's sword lights were like cutting GRAS, instantly reaping a large stretch of zombies. For a moment, those residual limbs of those zombies flew everywhere in the sky. The spectacle was shocking to the max. Just one move, and Yi Yuan immediately opened up an enormous gap in the corpse tide. He did not stay Russ. I, plussing over straight towards the gap. The Star Moon sword in Yi Yuan's hand was like a major killing tool. The places he said through, he swept away all obstacles. Wei Cheng and the rest following at the back were all dumbfounded. In the corpse tide, there were large swathes of Tier 5 zombies whose strength were comparable to boundless realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's attack actually directly disregarded their cultivation realms. Jizan was a phaseless realm martial artist at any rate. He was already almost catching up to Yi Yuan before this. But at this time, the expression on his face was shocked to the extreme, and he actually forgot to attack for a moment. Suddenly, his back was patted by someone. Turning around to take a look, it was Wu Siyuan. Is it very shocking? Told you long before. This young lord of ours is special. Wait until he truly grows up. It will be the hour of our crimson afterglow Holy Land's splendor once more. Wu Siyuan said, from opposing Yi Yuan to being filled with antic. 1. Asian towards Yi Yuan now, Wu Siyuan's transformation could be said to be huge. Yi Yuan already used his strength to thoroughly conquer the people's hearts in the crimson afterglow Holy Land. Ho, don't stand there in a daze anymore. Even though young lord is powerful, facing a corpse tide like this, it's also beyond one person's power. Let's go help him. Wu Siyuan said with a laugh. Jizan nodded fiercely and said with an excited look, with such a young lord, our crimson afterglow Holy Land is bound to rise up. Wu Siyuan and Jizan duo rushed over soon after. These two people were both phaseless realm. Their strengths were a great deal stronger than Yi Yuan's. Dealing with some low-level zombies was naturally a cinch. What they were truly afraid of was being trapped deep in this corpse tide and being forcefully exhausted to death by these zombies. Killing so many zombies in one go, they obviously had to expend quite a bit of essence energy too. Over a long time, they could not bear it too. Indeed, rather capable. We've underestimated him. To think that he's only boundless realm. If he breaks through to the heaven enlightenment realm, the few of us are probably not enough for him to look at all. After the shock, Hua Shujie came back to his senses too, his words filled with bitterness. Even with their realms, they also could not do it like lifting something heavy, as if it were light like Yi Yuan in this corpse tide. Humph, just putting on a pretense. In my view, he's intentionally showing off here. I don't believe that this kind of move can be unleashed many times. Wait until his essence energy is exhausted. I want to see what he does. Wei Cheng said scornfully, no matter what, just this move, his supreme true intent has likely been comprehended to the third stage already. This crimson afterglow young lord seems to really be quite formidable. But what you said is true as well. This kind of move, with his boundless realm cultivation, he shouldn't be able to unleash it more than a few times. Let's go. If we still don't go, the gap that they opened up is going to be filled up by zombies. Sheng Jun said, The people of these three families rushed forward too and caught up to Yi Yuan very quickly. With them joining in, the speed that the team advanced sped up considerably all at once. These zombies themselves aren't much, but their physical bodies are extremely formidable. Everyone take note, don't get your essence energy depleted by these zombies. Watching Yi Yuan cutting them up like melons and cabbages earlier gave them a misconception that these zombies were just a little more in quant. One, Tai, and there wasn't anything impressive. But the moment they clashed with these zombies, now, Wei Cheng discovered that they looked down on these zombies too much. The strength of the zombies in itself was stronger compared to martial artists of the same realm. The most terrifying thing was that their fleshy bodies were extremely powerful. Want to thoroughly kill them? They must expend even more essence energy. One or two obviously could hardly show anything. But once the Tai ramped up, the essence energy expenditure would become very frightening. Right now, they were already utterly surrounded by these zombies. If they did not charge out as soon as possible, they would be forcefully exhausted to death by these low-level zombies. Forget that Wei Cheng was just a Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist. Even the phaseless realm elders they brought here were probably unable to escape by luck too. The number of these zombies were too terrifying. Chapter 828, Mowing Down All Resistance. Chapter 828, Mowing down all resistance in a twinkle, 4 hours, Pa S said. Yi Yuan and the others already advanced forward several hundred miles distance. Not only did the zombies in front of them not reduce, but it also had an increasingly worsening trend. Instead, the more zombies killed, the more there were, making these phaseless realm elders somewhat start losing all hope. Wei Cheng, Hua Shujia, these people's essence energy expenditure were immense. The speed of killing the zombies distinctly slowed down compared to before. His gaze involuntarily looked over towards Yi Yuan and was incomparably shocked in his heart. Could this punk be a freak? It's been 4 hours, and his combat capability is actually still roughly the same as when it just started. It's virtually without much reduction, that level of martial technique. How can a boundless realm martial artist possibly execute it consecutively for 4 hours? Wei Cheng thought to himself. He thought from the bottom of his heart that Yi Yuan would deplete his essence energy very quickly and seek Blackwind's help from there. Who knew that 4 hours, Pa S said, and not only was Yi Yuan's martial technique as though it did not expend essence energy, it was even releasing nonstop. Even the killing speed of the phaseless realm martial artist slowed down. Only Yi Yuan's speed of reaping these zombies did not reduce the least bit. Yi Yuan was still at the forefront, forcefully opening up a gap in the corpse tide. Young lord, carrying on like this is not the way to go. The strengths of these zombies are becoming stronger and stronger. Right now, the majority of what we are killing are already Tier 5 zombies. There are even quite a number of Tier 6 zombies mixed up inside. I suspect that if it continues like this, ahead will probably all become Tier 6 zombies. The more Wu Siyuan fought, the more alarmed he became, and he could not help becoming somewhat afraid of the grim situation before his eyes. Facing the tidewater, like zombies that had no regard for danger, these phaseless realms, were also at a loss on what to do. These zombies did not know what was fear at all, and did not have any consciousness either. They only attacked them blindly. What was even more nable was that their physical bodies were extremely powerful. Wanting to kill them took quite a bit of effort. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's lair? The more powerful the zombies at the back, the more it means that we're getting increasingly closer to the source of the zombies. There is already no path of retreat at this time. All of you just respond with care and follow me. Yi Yuan said without hesitation. One sentence made Wu Xiyuan flush red to his ears. He, an exalted phaseless realm, actually had to hide behind Yi Yuan. But this was also something that could not be helped. To talk about the speed of killing these zombies, his efficiency was really not as high as Yi Yuan's. Under this kind of circumstances, these phaseless realms did not dare to execute any large area of effect martial techniques. That was no different from seeking death. What they could do was to kill the zombies around them and charge forward all the way, conserving essence energy to the greatest limit. In a blink, another 4 hours said. Everyone already killed G. Oh, D knows how many zombies. Even the phaseless realm martial artists killed until their hands were weak too. They all consumed quite a number of essence energy, restoring medicinal pills, but still could not stop the essence energy in their bodies from being depleted bit by bit. By their sides, right now, were all Tier 6 zombies. There were even some Tier 7 zombies inside, occasionally. The pressure these elders experiencing soared greatly one by one, let alone Wei Cheng they all, who were only at the Heaven Enlightenment realm. Tier 6 zombies, their fleshy bodies' resilience advanced a great deal from before too. The essence energy expended in wanting to kill them would be much more. Wei Cheng's entire body was already drenched in sweat. He was almost reaching his limits already. Too careless this time. Really didn't think that these zombies' strength would be so powerful. Wei Cheng gritted his teeth and said, Hua Shujia hacked a zombie with a sword, and similarly gasped for air as he said, Hang in there a while more. It's going to be daytime. Very soon. I almost can't keep going anymore. My medicinal pills are almost exhausted already. Even if I consume medicinal pills, the speed of restoring essence energy is also far from matching up to the speed of consumption. Wei Cheng said, Just what kind of cultivation method did Yi Yuan, that fellow, cultivate? This essence energy recovery speed is also too terrifying, right? I didn't even see him consume medicinal pills, and he actually relied on essence energy recovery to persist until now. Simply makes people dare not believe it. Sheng Jun said. 8 hours went by. Yi Yuan's combat power was still off the charts. Even if it was all Tier 6 zombies around him, he still reaped like chopping up melons and cabbages. The speed was actually not much slower compared to before. This kind of strength made everyone incredibly shocked. Everybody double up. We shouldn't be far from the source of the zombies already, Yi Yuan suddenly said in a clear voice. As he was talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand, and it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The places the palm force reached, the zombies turned to piles of dust, directly splitting open several thousand feet in distance. This palm even decimated the few Tier 7 zombies mixed up inside. Wei Cheng and the other two exchanged a glance, seeing astonishment in the other party's eyes. They finally knew how Yi Yuan became the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. Those Tier 7 zombies' bodies were incomparably tough. Even sabers and swords hacking over was very hard to cause them injuries. Furthermore, the recovery abilities of these Tier 7 zombies were extremely strong. If they could not kill them, the wounds on their bodies would recover back to normal very quickly, extremely hard to deal with. But in front of Yi Yuan, these Tier 7 zombies simply could not withstand even a single blow. Tier 7 zombie, those were existences equal to human martial artists' heaven enlightenment realm. What are you still in a daze for? Keep up. Take this time, you guys recover some more essence energy. Further to the back, I might not be able to deal with those Tier 7 zombies anymore. Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Wei Cheng and the rest were startled inwardly and hurriedly kept up with Yi Yuan's footsteps directly past. Plussing forward several thousand feet in distance. Not only were these zombies not intimidated by Yi Yuan's palm force, each and every one seemed infuriated instead, surrounding over very quickly. Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all, firing out another coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Another large swathe was obliterated. At this moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a war G. Wei Cheng even produced a misconception that if they let Yi Yuan keep on killing like this, would he really be able to finish these zombies that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, or not? But he quickly felt that this idea was too laughable. There were too many of these zombies. Yi Yuan definitely could not kill all of them. Yi Yuan did not spare physical power and essence energy directly unleash plussing big moves. It also let this party of people advance a lot faster. Seizing this opportunity, everyone also consumed medicinal pills nonstop, recovering essence energy as soon as possible. But this process did not persist for long, because the zombies at the back got increasingly stronger. There were more and more Tier 7 zombies. Even though Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was powerful, it was still a little lacking to deal with late-stage Tier 7 zombies. Fortunately, through a period of time of rest and rehabilitation, the others' essence energy also recovered considerably and were able to help Yi Yuan share the burden a lot more. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. A feeling of danger instantly enveloped his entire body. Black Wind, be on alert! Tier 8 corpse venerables appeared. Yi Yuan shouted. To be able to make Yi Yuan give rise to such a sense of crisis, there were only Tier 8 corpse venerables. Rest assured, Master. With Blackwind here, these zombies can't hurt you. Blackwind also knew that it was different now. Directly plus Elding in front of Yi Yuan. Not far away, several plus New York green lights were faintly discernible. Yi Yuan saw it clearly. Those several rays of plus New York green lights were emitted by those few zombies. These zombies were clearly Tier 8 corpse venerables. Chapter 829. Boneyard. Chapter 829. Boneyard after martial artists die, and their bodies did not decay under some special circumstances and absorb heaven and earth essence energy instead. This would strengthen their fleshy body, causing them to turn into a zombie. At the beginning of birth, a zombie was just a walking corpse that had no consciousness. Because martial artists produce eviline chi after death, so it kills instinctively. Once a zombie was formed, they could seize the martial artist's essence to strengthen their own fleshy body when they kill martial artists. This was actually a cultivation process, only that it was done at a subconscious level. Following the fleshy body becoming more and more powerful, the zombie would even give birth to intelligence belonging to its own. This intelligence already had no relation whatsoever with the martial artist when he was still alive, becoming another life form. After giving birth to intelligence, the zombie could cultivate on its own, and could even cultivate to deity realm. In the divine Tao era years ago, there was a 10,000-year zombie king that once cultivated to deity realm, becoming a legend. But at that time, he was already not much different from ordinary humans. The birth process of natural zombies was extremely slow. The conditions required were very stringent too, but if they were refined by people, this process would be greatly reduced. Yi Yuan and the others killing until now, the intelligence of these zombies were mostly not high. These Tier 6 zombies before their eyes all had some intelligence, but were very limited. Tier 7 zombies, the intelligence was clearly a great deal higher. And those Tier 8 zombies hiding in the zombie horde, their intelligence was clearly very high. They knew that this party's strength was formidable. There were even quite a number of Tier 8 phaseless realm existences. Therefore, Each and every one of these Tier 8 corpse venerables was all roaming, not coming into contact with those elders. They only let ordinary zombies come and deplete the elders' essence energy, while they wait for an opportunity to attack at the sides. More and more Tier 7 zombies rushed up, making the elders' pressure skyrocket, even though Tier 7 zombies could not cause much threat to them. Following the increase in numbers, their essence energy expenditure would also increase by a large margin. By the time their essence energy was almost depleted finish, they would be at the mercy of these Tier 8 corpse venerables. Black Wind, don't stint on essence energy anymore. I feel that we're already not far from the source of the zombies. Use your strongest attack and open up a way. Yi Yuan said in a grave voice. Yes, master. All of a sudden, Blackwind's body was becoming larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly turning into a 100-over-foot-long black flood dragon. A colossal dragon pressure spread out. The pressure of the great circle of Tier 8 instantly erupted, surging floodwaters. Blackwind opened his mouth wide. Rapid floodwaters gushed out like a waterfall. It was abnormally turbulent. Those Tier 6 and 7 zombies were sent flying one after another under these floodwaters. Those slightly closer were even smashed to dust by the Ma's Civ Impact Force. Under one move, no idea how many zombies suffered a devastating cataclysm. The originally tightly packed zombie horde had a Ma's Civ gap flushed open too. Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the situation and said, "Well done, Black Wind. Phaseless realms. Open up the path in front. Charge over in one go." Wei Cheng and those elders were all dazed. This Black Flood dragon's destructive powers were too terrifying, but Blackwind's big move also roused their spirits. With Blackwind around, maybe they were really able to escape with their lives. The great circle of Tier 8 was indeed not for show. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all of them did not dare to dawdle either, rapidly breaking out of the encirclement through the flushed open gap. Those Tier 8 corpse venerables were merely initial stage Tier 8. Seeing the power of Blackwind's move, they helplessly stared as the crowd rushed forward, not daring to charge forward. Yi Yuan and the others raised their speeds to the extreme, charging out several miles of distance in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, the party's movement stopped, forcefully stopping their footsteps. Astonished expressions emerged on everybody's faces, being struck, dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. In front of them was an enormous sinkhole that stretched beyond what the eye could see. As far as the eyes could see, inside the sinkhole was all dazzling white bones, looking horrifying to the mind. These martial artists cultivating until now, D knows how many people they had killed. But even so, this scene that they saw was unbelievably shocking too. Right at this very moment, a glimmer of dawn lit up from the horizon. Those zombies seemed to have sensed something, retreating over into the sinkhole, like tidewater. Those few Tier 8 corpse venerables hesitated a little too, then they tunneled into the sinkhole headlong. Just what kind of place is this? Such a huge sinkhole actually appeared at the borders. Why have I never known? Wei Cheng sucked in a deep breath and said, "Impossible. I remember that this area should be a flat land. How can it possibly be a Ma's sinkhole?" Shung Jun said with a solemn expression. Hu Shujia followed up and said, "What you said is right. If I didn't remember wrongly, this place was indeed a region of flat land. It's impossible to have such a huge sinkhole appear." "Humph! What's impossible? The fact is placed right before your eyes. Could it be that we're all in an illusionary realm right now?" Wu Siyuan said coldly, "I really didn't expect that this place actually has such a large chunk of boneyard. No wonder it would erupt such a large-scale corpse tide. This place is an area of Grotto. gathering extremely strong powers of evil in one place. As long as one places martial artists' corpses here, it will become zombies before long. But looking at the situation of these white bones, it should be very far back already. It's not possible to form zombies. Then there's only one type of possibility: somebody intentionally buried countless corpses here, then erupted a corpse tide, Yi Yuan said with a solemn face. Hearing Yi Yuan's lysis, everyone was stricken with terror. What Yi Yuan said is right. It's just that I still have some doubts. Just what kind of person has such extraordinary capabilities, and what is his goal too? Sheng Jun said, yeah, major powers with this kind of ability shouldn't take fancy on us. These puny little rank 9 holy lands, right? Why on earth are they doing so? Shu Huajie said, humph. What we should be concerned about right now shouldn't be this, right? Aren't you all going to worry over a little how we should quell this corpse tide? Yi Yuan, aren't you very capable? Try telling us. Wei Cheng said with a cold smile. Witnessing Yi Yuan's methods, Wei Cheng was even more jealous in his heart. Along the way, Yi Yuan basked in the limelight, making Wei Cheng give rise to a thick sense of inferiority complex in his heart. That's right, it was the feeling of inferiority. Since young, Wei Cheng had always been cut off from this kind of feeling. But facing Yi Yuan this time, this sort of emotion was born uncontrollably. At present, they had already gotten away from danger. This sort of emotion was currently being magnified endlessly. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, I have a feeling that those few Tier 8 corpse venerables shouldn't be the most powerful existences yet. Want to quell the corpse tide? We probably still have to enter this boneyard. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's face changed drastically. Yesterday night's corpse tide. They still had lingering fear in their hearts until now. If not for Yi Yuan and Blackwind, these phaseless realms, would probably have to perish here too. Now, Yi Yuan actually said that they still had to enter inside this sinkhole. This made each and every one of them become hesitant. There's no more time for you guys to hesitate. This matter not only impacts my Crimson Afterglow's safety, but it also likewise has to do with you all. Once this corpse tide erupts, the entire White Valiant region will likely be completely devastated and barren too. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, Chapter 830, have some brain. Chapter 830, have some brain. The elders all revealed conflicted looks on their faces. Clearly, the impression yesterday's corpse tide gave them was too deep. One look at this boneyard, and it was clear that it was not an unimportant land. A single misstep, and one's little life would be left here. A phaseless realm elder entering inside might not obtain any advantages too. Young Lord Yi, this corpse tide is already not what phaseless realm can stop, unless it's our various holy lands, holy lords personally making a move. Otherwise, it's totally impossible to quell it, said one elder from the soaring Rainbow Holy Land. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the holy lords making a move. Can it be quelled? Everyone's faces changed, but they all fell silent. Just what was in this boneyard? And, body knew either. But to be able to trigger such a large-scale corpse tide, it was likely not that simple in there. The Holy Land's holy lords were merely first-level Dao profound. Although powerful, whether or not could they come out after entering, it was really hard to say. Young Lord Yi, what ideas do you have? No harm in saying it out first. Everybody can confer too, Sheng Jun suddenly said. After a night, Sheng Jun's view of Yi Yuan had already utterly changed. Even talking was much more courteous. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said slowly, everyone's consumption last night were all very huge. There's no rush to enter this boneyard right away either. I have a suggestion. announced this matter to the entire White Valiant region's 7 holy lands, stating to them the pros and cons of this matter. Then, each holy land has to send at least one phaseless realm to lead the team. Everybody enters inside together. Life and death up to each one's fate. Holy lands that don't come will be the White Valiant region's common enemy. The White Valiant region was a small region. The vast majority of the territories were all ruled by the 7 holy lands. These 4 holy lands at present were already more than half of the White Valiant region's power. These 4 families announcing to the White Valiant region, the other 3 had no choice but to answer their summons too. When related to survival or extinction, this kind of major thing, these 4 holy lands naturally would not be ambiguous either. Then if, Huashuja said somewhat hesitantly, if we all die inside, this White Valiant region naturally can't stay on anymore either. Everyone find your own way out yourselves then. This matter is of utmost importance. Everybody best goes back and explain to your holy lords before making a final decision. But latest by 3 days, each family will have to confer a final conclusion. If after 3 days, everyone has not answered yet, my Crimson Afterglow will be the first one to withdraw out of the White Valiant region. Yi Yuan said coolly. What? You want to enter that boneyard? No way. Absolutely not. Tuyu was also filled with worries hearing about the matter of the boneyard. But when he heard that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the boneyard, he refused to agree no matter what. Yi Yuan was the successor he designated. Essential experiences and tempering could be had, but this sort of dangerous place, how could he let Yi Yuan risk his own life? Young lord, according to what you guys said, this boneyard is a land of extreme peril. Phaseless realms might not be able to come out safely if they went in too. You're tied to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. How can you risk your own life? Chun Qin also tried his best to urge Yi Yuan. We, these old bones, can go and die at any time. But only you can't die. Forget it. I don't have many years to live anymore, either. This emperor will risk his old life this time and take on this boneyard. Tuyu said with a resolved look. Through this period of observation, Tuyu was satisfied to the extreme with Yi Yuan, this young lord. Regardless whether was it talent, mind, or methods, Yi Yuan was perfect as the young lord. He was absolutely the one and only choice to succeed the position of the Holy Lord. If Yi Yuan lost his life in the boneyard, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would really be finished. Seeing Tuyu's worried expression, Yi Yuan was moved inwardly, but he shook his head and said, "The death chi on Holy Lord's body is gradually worsening. Your lifespan barely has much left. That boneyard is a land of extreme evil. The evil chi force is extremely strong. If you go there, you'd probably drop dead right away. Furthermore, your present condition, once you make an appearance, even if Crimson Afterglow pulls through the crisis this time, we'd likely be targeted by the other families too. This trip still needs a person to take charge. Clearly, I'm the most suitable candidate." Tuyu could not help choking up. Yi Yuan thought it out more thoroughly than him. Moreover, Yi Yuan's performance clearly already made the other few families certain that he was in close seclusion. The moment he made an appearance, everything would be exposed. Tuyu heaved a sigh and said, "Sigh, I'm really a good-for-nothing, as the Holy Lord." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Actually, this trip might not be that dangerous either. The reason why I said so to the others was in order to make the other holy lands' holy lords not take action. If the other holy lands' holy lords all make a move with only Crimson Afterglow having no movements, it will likely arouse their suspicions." Tuyu looked at Yi Yuan and seriously did not know what he should say. This child was meticulous in considering things and had a long-term vision and great foresight. If it were him, it was also not possible to do it better than him. All right, Then you must pay attention to safety during this trip. If the matter can't be done, you must treat preserving your life as the priority. If you have any needs, feel free to speak. You said helplessly. 3 days later, the White Valiant regions, Holy Lands, all 7 of them, gave a response regarding the corpse tide incident this time and sent people one after another here to the boneyard. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that the other few Holy Lands young lords actually all came, but the lineup this time was clearly much stronger than before. Each family sent out 2 phaseless realm elders and brought along over a dozen Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. 7 families gathered together. It was actually as many as over 100 people. On the Crimson Afterglow's side, there was 1 additional phaseless realm martial artist. Apart from W, A, N, Jizan, and Wu Siyuan, there was Kaiyu. The incident this time gave rise to much discussion. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company naturally would not be unaware too. What made Yi Yuan surprised was the Kaiyu heard that this boneyard was a land of extreme Yin and actually took the initiative to find him, requesting to come together. Having an additional helper, Yi Yuan naturally would not be unwilling. "Hey, kid, you're the one who came up with the lousy idea to force our 3 families to come here and take the risk, right?" A young man suddenly approached Yi Yuan and said, unhappily, this person was the Sky Mist Holy Land's young lord called Kingstone. Yi Yuan shot him a nonchalant glance and said, "This is your responsibility. Where's the talk of forcing?" Bulls. HI+T responsibility. This lousy place isn't bordering on our 3 families either. What right do you have to make us come tread into this messy situation? Kingstone spat. When Wei Chung in the distance saw this scene, he was pleased in his heart. This Kingstone had a short fuse. He instigated slightly just now, and he immediately came to find Yi Yuan to pick a fight. Although coming to this boneyard was having no alternative being needed by Yi Yuan, he was unhappy in his heart, not finding a bit of trouble. He could not be happy in his heart no matter what. No right or anything. If you aren't willing to come, you can go right now. And, body will stop you. Yi Yuan said coolly. Kingstone could not help choking up. Have some brain. Is it very fun to be used as cannon fodder by others? To think that you're even the Sky Mist Holy Land's young lord. I really don't know how your holy lord chose a moron like you. Yi Yuan said with a cold expression. "You, punk, I'll shred this mouth of yours." Kingstone had a fiery temper. The moment he heard, he immediately exploded. Chapter 831. Fiendish Shadow's First Appearance. Chapter 831. Fiendish Shadow's First Appearance. If I were you, I wouldn't do this kind of foolish thing to go provoke Brother Yi. Kingstone was just about to make a move when a voice sounded out behind him. Turning around to take a look, it was Sheng Jun. Kingstone's face fell, and he said, "Sheng Jun, what do you mean by that?" "Don't blame me for not warning you. If you look down on Brother Yi because he's boundless realm, you'll suffer a huge loss." Sheng Jun said coolly, "Humph. Boundless realm is boundless realm. Can he still overturn the heavens?" Yi Yuan's strength, if not personally witnessed, it was very hard for the average person to imagine. Yi Yuan's performance that day already made Sheng Jun utterly convinced. In his eyes, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be treated as an equal with them young lords. No need to say no more rubbish either. How Brother Ye's strength is like, you'll naturally know after entering the boneyard. Right now, it's still best to not stir up trouble. Wait until you enter the boneyard. You'll naturally know Brother Ye's painstaking efforts. Making you guys all join in was also something that couldn't be helped, Sheng Jun said. Kingstone shot a fierce glare at Sheng Jun and said with a cold snort, "Humph! This score, we'll settle it again later." Finished talking, Kingstone turned right around and left. Many thanks to Brother Sheng for helping out. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Hoo, Brother Yi is too kind. With Brother Ye's strength, Kingstone can't do anything to you at all. I just don't wish for unnecessary issues to crop up before entering the boneyard. That's why I made an unnecessary move." Sheng Jun responded with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood. "Brother Yi, the 7 great holy lands have already gathered together. What should we do now? Right now is still daytime. That boneyard has already disappeared. How do we enter?" Hua Shujie came up to ask as well. Yi Yuan said, "Let everybody gather around first." After a round of calling, 100 overpeople gathered around. Yi Yuan fished out several GLAs, SBALs from inside his storage ring and threw them into the air, casually firing out several attacks and directly shattering the GLAs, SBALs. Milky white powder scattered down, as if it was snowing, enveloping these 100 overpeople inside. Wei Cheng's expression changed, and he said, "Yi Yuan, what the HEL are you doing?" As he was talking, he was going to avoid these powder. The other people's reactions were the same as him, all afraid of Yi Yuan being up to some mischief. Whoever wants to deal with the zombies by themselves, just directly go out. I won't stop. One sentence made everyone freeze. Yi Yuan swept over everyone and said coolly, "This thing is called agarwood powder. It has extremely strong corrosive effects against zombies, and is also something that zombies are very fearful of. Covering on the body, zombies will automatically avoid you guys. It's actually agarwood powder. Heard that this thing is extremely hard to refine. Didn't expect that Crimson Afterglow actually has this kind of excellent stuff. I also heard before that zombies below Tier 5 will melt upon contact. It can be said to be a jinx of zombies. I even heard that there are higher grades of agarwood powder that even corpse venerables, corpse emperors are extremely fearful of. Great. This time, entering the boneyard, we finally have an additional layer of protection. These were all Elder CLAs, martial artists. Their knowledge and experiences were all very extensive. Some people were immediately overjoyed when they heard that it was agarwood powder. In order to enter this boneyard, Yi Yuan also made ample preparations these few days. Agarwood powder was one of them. The zombies inside were too many. If killing one by one, it was also not possible to kill finish when one killed until they were completely drained. In order to save essence energy, one naturally had to avoid these zombies. Apart from this, Yi Yuan naturally also refined a large batch of a useful medicinal pill. With the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land as support, Yi Yuan naturally had assurance in refining these things as well. Before long, the agarwood powder landed, blanketing a layer on everyone's bodies. Regarding this trick of Yi Yuan's, everyone was naturally endlessly grateful. Finished doing this, Yi Yuan flew into the air. Overlooking this stretch of flatland, his gaze revealed a ruminating look. Humph, purposely pretending to be mysterious. If the boneyard can be found during the day, was there still a need to wait until the corpse tide erupted before discovering it? Wei Cheng said scornfully. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly had several additional small flags appear in his hands. Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H. Plus in an instant, Yi Yuan fired out all of the small flags in his hands, inserting in various positions. Just as everyone was feeling baffled, a several dozen feet wide hole suddenly appeared in the ground, linking straight underground. How was this done? Could it be that there is still a grand array here, but I didn't detect it at all? A phaseless realm elder exclaimed in shock. Brother Yi, how did you do it? I even thought that we have to wait until nighttime and have a huge battle with the zombies again. Sheng Jun said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, I already detected it on that day. There seems to be an ancient grand array here. Its power is extremely strong. This boneyard should have existed all along. It's just that because it was concealed by the ancient grand array, that's why it became a flatland. If my conjectures are right, this ancient grand array should have loosened up somewhat. That's why it resulted in the evil Yin Qi escaping and zombies running rampant. And the boneyard will also appear when the Yin Qi is at the peak at night. Sheng Jun was taken aback from shock. They were killing the zombies together with Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually perceived so many things and thought of ways to crack it. This Yi Yuan was truly remarkable. He was actually even well-versed in array formations. This skill of Yi Yuan's evidently opened up a hole in the grand array, linking straight to the boneyard. Brother Yi truly has excellent measures. This Sheng is ashamed of his inferiority. Sheng Jun praised from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Sheng is too kind. This grand array concealing the boneyard should only be an outer ring array formation. Through countless years of depletion, the power is already far from before. Otherwise, with this bit of strength, I can't crack it either. Yi Yuan said it simply. Actually, opening up a hole in this grand array was not what the average person could accomplish. This grand array was extremely profound and fitted together perfectly with the surrounding environment. It was extremely hard to be detected. If Yi Yuan did not study the array formation's 3 volumes, he might really not have the ability to crack it. Yi Yuan already detected the grand array on that day. After returning, he prepared several array flags for the sake of today's array cracking use. The matter brooks no delay. Take the chance that the time of the day is still early. Let's enter the boneyard earlier. Daytime's yang qi is extremely flurries. Plusing. Even if zombies hide underground, their strengths are greatly weakened too. It's precisely the opportune moment for us to infiltrate. Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have any objections and entered the boneyard from the entrance of the hole. After everybody disappeared, 2 figures appeared from goodness knows where and stood at the entrance of the hole. The 2 people were covered up in black clothes all over their bodies. Their faces could not be seen clearly at all. These guys really have no idea of death or danger to actually dare enter the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. One of them said, them entering the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array is just nice having a little more blood to offer up as a sacrifice to the Lord Fiend Ji. Another half a month's time, and we should be able to borrow the power of the corpse tide to thoroughly crack the grand array. The other person said, I didn't think that this white valiant region actually still had such a capable person. That crimson afterglow boy isn't simple. That boy is indeed quite peculiar, but doesn't matter. He's going to die soon, either way. Chapter 832, In Wind Lair. Chapter 832. In Wind Lair, the party followed the long corridor, walking deep underground. Waves of wind howled over in the corridor. That bone-piercing feeling was practically on the verge of freezing everyone. This place was akin to an underground city, not far away from where everyone was. There were even quite a number of zombies moving about aimlessly. The entire scene appeared incomparably horrifying, but these zombies were clearly very fearful of this group of people, all avoiding them like the plague. This lol. No wonder it would cause such a large-scale corpse tide. If it keeps blowing like this, I feel like I'm going to be turned into a zombie. In the dark, no idea who was the one who cursed either. All thanks to young Lord Ye's agarwood powder. These zombies seeing us is like they saw ghosts, avoiding us immediately. Otherwise, who knows how many bitter fights we'd have to experience going underground. Pooh, you're the ghost. Your whole family members are all ghosts. Do you know how to talk or not? Although the spectacle was quite harrowing, these martial artists all loosened up a little when they saw that it was not too dangerous either. They even cracked jokes. The jesting dialogue incurred a wave of loud laughters too. Young lord, apart from zombies in this place, it's still zombies. Where do we start? Wu Siyuan suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yi Yuan said, here are all low-level zombies. The source must be in deeper areas. We just have to care about walking towards the depths. We'll definitely be able to discover a little something. But before this, we have to find a Yin wind lair first to let Elder Sister Kai Yu absorb extreme Yin Qi. Elder Sister Kai Yu, you're very sensitive towards perceiving extreme Yin Qi and should be able to find a Yin wind lair, right? Kai Yu was currently trembling all over. She was clearly not very used to the gloomy and cold environment here. Her heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique loves places with strong yang qi the most. She was very sensitive to this kind of gloomy and cold places. It was precisely because so that this kind of physique did not dare to come into contact with the boneyard, this sort of land of extreme Yin. Yet Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way. Not only did he bring Kai Yu in, he even wanted to make her absorb the extreme Yin Qi. Kai Yu nodded her head when she heard that. Pointing to a Pa-S sageway, she said, carry on walking another 10 miles or so in that direction. There should be a Yin wind lair. All right then, we'll walk in that direction, Yi Yuan said. Ha! The chilly air on this elder sister's body is so heavy, you're actually still using extreme Yin Qi to treat it. Yi Yuan, are you helping her or harming her? This elder sister, our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land has a high-rank alchemy venerable powerhouse. He's definitely much stronger compared to this brat. As long as elder sister is willing, younger brother is willing to invite him to take action and help treat elder sister, said Wei Cheng, who suddenly moved closer to Kai Yu. Wei Cheng did not know what illness Kai Yu had, and was also unaware of Kai Yu's Black Widow Tli, but he indeed had his breath taken away by Kai Yu's looks and seductiveness. Even though Kai Yu's age was slightly older, she emitted the lingering charm of a mature woman from head to toe. Forget about Wei Cheng, a young lad M-I-N-G with vigor and vitality. Even those phaseless realm elders, each and every one of them was also unable to hide their covetous eyes. In this boneyard, Kai Yu's body was incomparably frail. How could she still emit seductiveness, like normally? But her condition at present could stir up men's desire to protect even more. Hearing Wei Cheng's words, Kai Yu forced a smile and said, "Thank you for young Lord Wei's good intentions. But this lowly one's illness, I'm afraid only young Lord Yi can treat it. Even that alchemy venerable of yours is bound to be at a loss on what to do as well." Wei Cheng's face turned black, his face unwittingly somewhat burning. In the White Valiant region, a high-rank alchemy venerable was absolutely a pinnacle existence already. He fully thought that by pulling out an alchemy venerable, he could definitely make Kai Yu throw herself into his arms. Who knew that Kai Yu actually made him unable to get down the stage in front of so many people? Wei Cheng did not know Kai Yu's ident. How would he know that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company did not lack alchemy venerable experts at all? If an alchemy venerable could treat her heavenly terminal meridian physique, she would have been cured long ago. Kai Yu suddenly gave a muddled groan, her soft body toppling down into Yi Yuan's embrace. Yi Yuan hurriedly supported her. Softness in his embrace, an extremely alluring fragrance tunneled into Yi Yuan's nostrils. This woman was truly phenomenal. Even if she was wan and sallow until like this, it was also a tremendous temptation to men. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart. Young Master Yi, this lowly one is so cold and can't walk anymore. Hold me tightly in your arms, all right? Caillou said quiveringly in Yi Yuan's embrace. She really could not walk anymore and did not have the slightest intention of acting spoiled. But this scene was ambiguous to the extreme the way others saw it, especially Wei Cheng. His eyes nearly popped out. This woman must be Yi Yuan's exclusive slice of meat. This brat. Based on what? Wei Cheng hated immensely in his heart. With Wei Cheng's ident, 1. Tai and status, whatever kind of woman he wanted, they could be obtained easily. But reaching Yi Yuan here, it just did not work. He even brought out a high-rank alchemy venerable, but Caillou did not even pay attention to him. Yi Yuan saw that Caillou's conscience was already somewhat fuzzy, muttering nonstop in his embrace. He heaved a slight sigh right away and lifted Caillou up. Yi Yuan clearly sensed many odd, meaningful looks, but he could not be bothered to explain, walking over in the direction Caillou pointed. A very pure man and woman relations. H-I plus P, but it was completely not the case in other people's eyes. This kind of S-E-X-Y femme fatale being embraced in Yi Yuan's embrace, how could others not be envious? Walking a few miles, the majority of the people were no longer able to go deeper. The so-called Yin wind lair was like the mouth of a spring, continuously sending out extreme Yin qi. It was a place where Yin qi was the heaviest. Ordinary martial artists could not withstand this kind of chilly Yin qi at all. Extreme Yin qi entering the body would cause irreversible damage to the body. There is an open ground there. You guys go there and wait first. I'll bring Caillou in. Yi Yuan said to everyone. Wu Siyuan's expression changed, and he said, Young lord, this Yin wind lair's extreme Yin qi is too heavy. Even I can't quite withstand it. You go in like this, nothing will happen, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile, Just some extreme Yin qi, no harm. Finished talking, Yi Yuan carried Caillou and walked towards the Yin wind lair. His profile gradually vanished. H-I plussing in everyone's line of sight. Yi Yuan's true dragon body and the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art were both extreme yang and indomitable cultivation method and physique in this world. Though the extreme Yin qi in here was strong, it really could not do anything to him. Really know how to pretend. This young lord doesn't believe that you'll be completely fine entering this Yin wind lair. Best if you never come out again. Wei Cheng secretly cursed in his heart. Wei Cheng's entire person was almost frozen stiff. The Yin qi here was already on the verge of reaching his limits. Separating from the team, Yi Yuan's speed was released fully. The distance of several miles was covered very quickly. This place was an enormous cavern. The extreme Yin qi on the ground was practically materialized, forming a vortex, as if it was a black hole. The extreme Yin qi continuously scoured Yi Yuan's body, but was directly shaken off by him. Ugh. Caillou already thoroughly fainted at this time, and was completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme Yin qi. Yi Yuan sighed slightly, put her on the ground, and summoned Black Wind. Black Wind, you help to guard me. I'll help her absorb the extreme Yin qi. Yi Yuan instructed. Chapter 833. Corpse Venerable. Chapter 833. Corpse Venerable Yi Yuan laid Caillou flat on the ground. He casually pulled out 100 over-earth essence crystals and started to swiftly set them up around Caillou. The array formation he set up was similar to a spirit-gathering formation. But this time, it was used to gather extreme Yin qi. The speed Yi Yuan set up the array formation was very quick. It was done in a short while. Once the array formation was complete, it started to operate automatically. Titanic amounts of extreme yin chi swarmed towards the array formation with a howl. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he furrowed his brows. Kaiyu already lost consciousness and is completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme yin chi. At this rate, it will bring only harm and no benefits to her body. Forget it. When doing someone a favor, go all the way. Let me lend you another helping hand. Yi Yuan jumped lightly, entering inside the array formation. He helped Kaiyu sit up. A surge of essence energy enveloped her, letting her sit steady. Then 4 palms came face to face. Huff, huff. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy, absorbing all of the extreme yin chi gathered by the array formation into his own body, then sing it into Kaiyu's body from his palm. Just like this, the extreme yin chi his Kaiyu's body accu mulat more and more, while her body became increasingly colder too. In the end, her body actually did not even have a trace of vitality anymore. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and still poured extreme yin chi into her body. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan opened his eyes, looking at Kaiyu rather excitedly. He distinctly detected it just now. A hint of yang chi was born in Kaiyu's body. Ugh, Kaiyu's brows were slightly knitted, moaning slightly. She actually survived from a state of impending death. Gradually, the yang chi within Kaiyu's body became increasingly vigorous. When she gradually opened both eyes, she could not help being startled inwardly. Yi Yuan actually used his own body to pass the extreme yin chi onto her. This would cause tremendous harm to Yi Yuan. Calm your spirit and focus your mind. Continue absorbing the extreme yin chi. If there's anything to say it later. You're tantamount to have already died once. The heavenly yin terminal meridian physique is already broken. In the future, not only will it not ask for your life, it will even make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. This extreme yin chi is highly beneficial to your cultivation. Absorb it in full force. Seeing Kaiyu wake up, Yi Yuan directly retracted his palms and instructed her. Kaiyu's heart jolted. After nodding slightly, she started absorbing extreme yin chi with all her strength too. Yi Yuan got up and left the array formation. The moment he landed, he actually staggered and nearly tumbled to the ground. Blackwind jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Master, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. The extreme yin chi here is indeed impressive. Even my body constant, Tushin couldn't quite suppress it. The friend inside, you've already peeped for so long. Do you plan to keep on peeping like this?" Blackwind went blank. He actually did not discover that there were still others here. A shadow revealed his figure from behind the yin grotto. It was a middle-aged person dressed in black robes. Looking from the exterior, this middle-aged man was no different from ordinary people, but a faint green light emitted from his eyes, appearing rather demonic. "Looks like we seem to have interrupted your peaceful cultivation. Sorry about that." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "You absorbed so much extreme yin chi and actually didn't die." The middle-aged man's voice was very hoa, R-S-E, sounding very dry, making people very uncomfortable. "Just some extreme yin chi. It won't take my life yet. But I didn't expect that this yin grotto is actually a corpse venerable's grotto. This one was anxious in saving people and was rather presumptuous." Yi Yuan said coolly. This middle-aged man was actually a Tier 8 corpse venerable. Seems like apart from the eyes, he was already not much different from normal people. This yin grotto was a highly dangerous place for human martial artists, but to corpse venerables, it was a superb cultivation site. Not even a single zombie was seen in the vicinity here. Clearly, They did not dare to approach this place, because here was the grotto of this middle-aged man before their eyes. Of course, if this corpse venerable were not wary of Blackwind, he would probably have made a move long ago to deal with Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man sized Yi Yuan up for a while and opened his mouth to say, "I've seen you before. You're very formidable. Oh, looks like you were present on that day too. Didn't expect that you can actually remember me." Yi Yuan was rather surprised, as he said, "Us zombies are very sensitive towards smell. Even though a layer of agarwood powder is covered on your body, the original scent can't be hidden from me," the corpse venerable said. This agarwood powder was useful against low-level zombies. But to corpse venerable this kind of rank, it basically only existed in name. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Fine then, there's no need for us to catch up. But I'm quite curious. The few of you corpse venerables have clearly been here for a very long time already and have never interfered with the affairs of human martial artists. But why did you have to control those low-level zombies to attack humans this time?" The middle-aged man mused for a moment and opened his mouth to say, "Nothing to do with us. However, I can't tell you the reason why." "All right, then I'll change the question. Inside this unparalleled ancient fiend-sealing grand array, just what kind of existence is sealed? If my conjectures are right, this corpse tide probably can't be unrelated with him, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. The middle-aged man had a deadpan face and was completely expressionless. But at this time, he was clearly unbelievably shocked by Yi Yuan's guess. In reality, Yi Yuan had seen through the actual situation about this grand array on that day. The reason why he dragged the 7 great holy lands all into the water was in order to find more helpers to deal with the situation. Yi Yuan researched very extensively into array formations. This unparalleled ancient fiend-sealing grand array was a very famous grand array in the ancient era. Moreover, it was a Tier 10 grand array that only deity realm powerhouses could lay down, an existence that this kind of array formation sealed was bound to not be something ordinary. On that day, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed the unparalleled ancient fiend-sealing grand arrays loosening up, and he also sensed the incredibly dangerous aura coming from inside the boneyard. Once this sort of thing broke out, those who would suffer would probably not just be the White Valiant region. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would summon so many people down. The goal was in order to stop this thing from breaking free. You actually recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend-sealing grand array. Looks like you're even harder to deal with than I imagined. But even if you know it's useless too, I urge you to best return to the surface as soon as possible and make haste to leave this area, the corpse venerable said in shock. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Who asked me to be a goody two-shoes? This sort of thing, if I didn't run into it, then forget it. Since it let me, Yi Yuan, run into it, then I can't let him escape. If the matter can't be done, it won't be late for me to discuss it again at length." Yi Yuan did not have much sentiments towards the White Valiant region, but to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, he still had some feelings. This sort of feeling was very similar to when he was at the Tranquil Cloud sect back then, letting him watch the people here be plunged into misery and suffering Sively, he could not do it. Withdrawing out of the White Valiant region was just a final action that could not be helped. A large, Holy Land's roots were deeply rooted. How could wanting to migrate be something easy? Boom. Right then, Caillou erupted with a powerful aura in the array formation, and she was actually going to break through on the spot. Looks like my friend has just about to recover. It was all thanks to your grotto, though. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll gift you a lucky chance. Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 834, Pig-like Teammates. Chapter 834, Pig-like Teammates. Yi Yuan circulated essence energy. With a convulsion, he actually expelled out all of the extreme yin qi within his body. That corpse venerable's pupils constricted. Clearly, he did not expect it to actually be so easy for Yi Yuan to deal with this extreme yin qi, gifting me a lucky chance. You, this young man, are truly a bit too impudent. The corpse venerable said. Yi Yuan was merely boundless realm cultivation, but said that he wanted to gift a Tier 8 corpse venerable a lucky chance. This sounded somewhat comical, no matter how one listened. Yi Yuan just smiled and actually fished out a large number of earth essence crystals again and started to reinforce the array formation from before. Before long, inside this grotto was already completely covered by the array formation. You actually completely blocked the outflow of the extreme yin qi inside this yin grotto, raising the concentration of extreme yin qi within this grotto by several times. The corpse venerable said in shock. This array formation actually directly blocked off the outflow of yin qi through Yi Yuan's reinforcement, gathering all of the extreme yin qi within this cavern. If the corpse venerable cultivated here, it could be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Even if he had a corpse face, his expression at this time was fascinating to the extreme too. Just some meager tricks. Just take it as giving a plum in return for a peach. This array formation can roughly maintain for 1 year plus. In this period of time, you just cultivate well. Yi Yuan said coolly. Originally, the array formation Yi Yuan setup was just a temporary array formation and would dissipate very quickly. But after going through the reinforcement, not only did the power of this array formation obtain a tremendous increase, the duration lengthened a lot too. This way, the value of this yin grotto would be much greater. The corpse venerable cultivating in here would absolutely yield twice the results with half the effort. Just this 1 year plus was also sufficient to let his cultivation shake off those of the same species by a great margin. At this time, Caillou's breakthrough had also already drawn to an end. Originally, Caillou was peak 3rd level phaseless. Borrowing this yin qi force, she actually surged right through the 4th level phaseless bottleneck, breaking through to the middle stage phaseless realm. This was absolutely an enormous leap to Caillou. This hurdle, if Caillou cultivated normally without 10 years or 8 years, it was very hard to break through. But now, in just a short period, she crossed a small stage. For the first time in her life, Caillou felt that her heavenly yin terminal meridian physique was so wonderful. She came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed formally as she said, "Young Lord Yi, this lowly one's life will be yours in the future. Toiling like a slave is all up to a word of your instructions. Ever since triggering the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique, the fear of death was like a bone-festering maggot plaguing her every day. Now, she finally utterly eliminated this sort of torture." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder sister is so beautiful. If you toil like a slave for me, how many men under the heaven will hunt me down?" Caillou was just like a young maiden at this time. Hearing these words, she actually blushed red and said, "Young lord, don't make fun of this lowly one. Not making fun for you. You didn't see when I carried you in what kind of expressions the rest looked at me with," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Caillou said with a face full of grievances, "So, what? Young lord won't even look this lowly one in the eye. This lowly one knows that she is already unchaste and isn't good enough for young lord. But if young lord needs someone to wait upon you, you just have to say a word will do." The current Caillou could be said to be filled with amorous feelings. Her mindset was already completely different from when she just knew Yi Yuan. These words were not teasing words, but words from the bottom of her heart. It was just that the current Yi Yuan did not have much of a leisurely and carefree mood. "Elder, sister don't need to treat me like a stranger. It's late, we'd best hurry back," Yi Yuan said. This boneyard was full of dangers. Leaving for a long time, Yi Yuan was worried about the rest too. That corpse venerable sent Yi Yuan away with his eyes, but did not say much, directly entering inside the array formation and started to cultivate. Returning to the place everyone was resting, Yi Yuan sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Looking over, there were actually quite a few people missing. When Wu Siyuan saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly went up to greet and said with a displeased look, "Young lord, that Wei Cheng simply doesn't know what's good for him." He got impatient from waiting and actually brought people from Sky Mist and another holy land away, and they headed towards the depths. He even said that young lord was deliberately mystifying things, delaying everybody's journey because of a woman. Wu Siyuan had a face full of indignation. Clearly, he had a stomach full of pent-up anger from arguing with Wei Cheng just now. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly, and he asked, "Where have they headed?" Wu Siyuan pointed in a direction and said, "Over there have two fork roads." Wei Cheng brought people and entered the corridor on the left. Yi Yuan followed Wu Siyuan's direction and looked over, and he could not help being speechless for a while. Ever since he entered the boneyard, he had always been advancing following the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. But the direction Wei Cheng walked in just happened to be opposite from the grand array. What they would run into, Yi Yuan did not dare to guarantee either. After all, this boneyard was very bizarre. Any danger appearing was very normal, really not afraid of G. Oh, D-like opponents, only scared of pig-like teammates. Right then, Sheng Jun suddenly came forward and said to Yi Yuan, "Brother Yi, Wei Cheng brought away quite a number of people. I also urged bitterly for a long time, but he wouldn't listen. In this kind of place, it's best for our strength to not scatter. In my opinion, let's go after them." Yi Yuan mused for a moment and felt that what Sheng Jun said was reasonable too. He nodded his head and said, "Fine then. Everyone hasten your footsteps. We'll catch up as quickly as possible." The group of people followed Wei Cheng's footprints, gradually entering deep inside. "Young lord, along the way, the zombies seem to be getting lesser and lesser." Along the way, the surrounding zombies got lesser and lesser. By now, there were barely any zombies in the corridor. Yi Yuan discovered this sort of strange situation too, and said solemnly, "Looks like there should be some powerful existence ahead. Even these zombies are also quite wary. Otherwise, it's not possible for these zombies' numbers to get smaller and smaller." Sheng Jun's expression changed, and he said, "Doesn't that mean that Wei Cheng they all might run into danger at any time?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, but did not say much. Now that it came to this, any more complaints were also of no help to the situation. He instructed everyone to quicken their pace and continued to chase over towards the depths. Barely traveling for a period of time, everyone discovered that the surrounding was already completely void of the figures of zombies. The entire corridor was empty and desolate inside, dead silent, making people feel rather uneasy instead. Right as they were walking, someone suddenly cried out, "Quickly look, there seem to be people there." In front, there was indeed a person collapsed on the ground. Everyone walked closer to take a look. That person was wearing precisely the attire of the Sky Mist Holy Land on his. It was a Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist. Yi Yuan still had some impression of this person, but he was already a dead man at this time. Yi Yuan went forward to investigate a little. This person was already deader than dead. There were injuries all over his body, his death state very wretched, virtually dismembered by someone with a flurry of blades. There was no longer an intact spot on his body. Sheng Jun's expression changed when he saw the situation and said, "Could it be that there are still others underground here?" Looking at the wounds on his body, it should have been caused by blades and swords. Those zombies shouldn't know how to use blades and swords. right? Chapter 835, Furious Scolding. Chapter 835, Furious Scolding. On the way, they discovered quite a number of dead bodies. They were all dismembered by attacks from blades and then died. It was definitely done by people, not zombies. Without a doubt, Wei Cheng's group of people ran into danger. Everybody, be on guard. Yi Yuan instructed. Wei Cheng brought away 3 Holy Land's martial artists. Their strength was not weak, but there were still so many people killed. Clearly, the danger they ran into was also not ordinary. Everyone did not dare to disregard it when they heard that, becoming attentively, and kept a sharp lookout. Brother Yi, there seemed to be people fighting in the place ahead. Could it be Wei Cheng they all? Sheng Jun suddenly said. Yi Yuan heard the fighting sounds ahead too. Nodding his head, he said, very likely. Let's hurry over. The group of people hastened their footsteps and walked over following the fighting sounds. Not traveling very far, they indeed saw the profiles of Wei Cheng they all. They were currently immersed in an arduous battle, and what they were fighting was actually a large group of skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers were all holding production-style long sabers in their hands, and were actually like an army. These skeleton soldiers' strength was very formidable. There was no shortage of some with Tier 8 strength among them. Furthermore, their numbers were Ma, S, Civ, and they already surrounded Wei Cheng they all at this time. These 3 Holy Lands' losses were tragic. If Yi Yuan they all still had not reached in time, they would probably be completely wiped out. Go! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, issuing the order immediately. Dozens of martial artists rushed forward and got tangled up in a battle with those skeleton soldiers. Wei Cheng was covered in blood all over at this time. He still sustained quite a few blades on his body. Even though he was holding a low-grade holy artifact in his hand, these skeletons' defense was seriously too formidable. Although he killed quite a few skeletons, there were still even more skeletons surrounding over. He already killed until his hands were weak. Could it be, I'm going to die here? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted on my own. If I were to follow Yi Yuan, this sort of situation probably wouldn't happen, right? Wei Cheng already lost all hope in his heart. He was unbelievably remorseful in his heart right now. Although unwilling to admit it, Yi Yuan's ability in all aspects was more than a great deal stronger than him. The leader of this group of people was undoubtedly Yi Yuan being the most suited. But when he saw Yi Yuan being in the limelight everywhere, he could not feel good in his heart no matter what. Hence, he incited the other 2 Holy Lands to leave the main force together. He didn't think that the more they walked, the lesser the zombies got. In the end, many of this kind of skeleton soldiers actually dashed out all at once, surrounding them in all directions. They could not escape even if they wanted to flee. Although very unwilling to submit to Yi Yuan, in the final moment of his life, he actually deemed that Yi Yuan would be able to deal with this sort of situation. Bang! A skeleton soldier in front of Wei Cheng was actually directly smashed into dust. Bang! 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 Very soon, the skeleton soldiers around him all fell down one by one. Wei Cheng's originally dead and ash-gray eyes radiated splendor anew, a figure akin to a descended Ji. Oh, Dee let him saw hope anew. But when he saw that figure clearly, he could not help revealing a shocked expression. Why Yi Yuan? He actually came to rescue me. At this moment, Wei Cheng felt incredible irony. He made things difficult for Yi Yuan in all aspects, and even went off with other 3 Holy Lands martial artists. But at the final juncture, the one who rescued him was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not take notice of him and rushed to other areas immediately. With this exchange of blows, Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly too. These skeletons completely did not defend at all. They only went on the offensive blindly. The strength of their skeleton frames was actually even tougher than high-grade profound artifacts. Those Tier 8 skeletons, their bodies were even comparable to low-grade holy artifacts. It was difficult for ordinary blades and swords to cause damage to them at all. Low-grade holy artifacts were very scarce to rank 9 holy lands. Among these martial artists present, only the 7 holy lands, young lords, and a small number of phaseless realm elders had low-grade holy artifacts. They could not cause any tangible harm to the skeletons at all. The strength of Wei Cheng's group of people was not weak. It was no wonder that they would fall into a bitter battle. "Black Wind, come out!" Yi Yuan roared. Black Wind came out a roar. Roar! Black Wind gave a roar and directly trampled a skeleton with a foot. Black Wind already reached the brink of transforming into a dragon. The power of his fleshy body was already not much different compared to a true dragon. It was actually even more powerful than these skeletons. Black Wind, you go and deal with those Tier 8 skeletons. Yi Yuan ordered. Yes. Black Wind received the order and charged towards the skeleton group like a war chariot, falling into battle with those Tier 8 skeletons. Black Wind was well worthy of possessing true dragon bloodline. His combat strength was formidable until it made people's hair stand on end. His enormous claws were even comparable to holy artifacts. Under a single claw strike, even those Tier 8 skeletons were smashed. Among all of the martial artists, the only one who could keep up with Black Wind's speed of killing the enemy was Yi Yuan. Those Tier 7 skeletons completely could not take a single blow under Yi Yuan's fist. Yi Yuan once broke Nailan Hong's sword with one punch. It could be seen how powerful his fleshy body was. Furthermore, Yi Yuan integrated the primeval dragon bone into his arm and underwent refinement daily. His fist was the most powerful place in his entire body, just like a GLA. S-Cutter's diamond. Even if the bones of these skeletons were any stronger, it was also not possible to be stronger than the primeval dragon bone. With the addition of these two people, a change happened to the battle situation very quickly. The skeleton soldiers around the 3 Holy Lands martial artists were swept away clean very quickly, being S-N-A-T-C, head from the jaws of death. The 3 Holy Lands martial artists erupted with a huge cheer. But at present, the 3 Holy Lands martial artists' casualties were already more than half. It could be said to be heavy losses. Bang! Just as everyone was cheering, a figure flew out all of a sudden. SMAs. H.I. plussing heavily onto the walls of the cavern. Sheng Jun pointed at Wei Cheng and roared in an uncontrollable rage. So many martial artists died because you were jealous of those more able than you. Are you happy now? The surroundings quieted down all at once. The cheers died down too, only hearing Sheng Jun's furious scolding. You, this fool, think yourself to be infallible. As the young lord, you put your own subordinates in a dangerous situation. What is your intention? You take a look at them yourself. Because of that laughable pride of yours, they almost died because of you, and Kingstone also died because of you. If you can get out, how do you plan on giving an account to the Sky Mist Holy Land? This boneyard is so dangerous, and yet you treat it like child's play, really seeking death. Not far away, Kingstone's corpse was shockingly there. He was actually hacked to death by a flurry of blades by the skeleton soldiers already. The Sky Mist Holy Land's young lord actually died pitifully here. Wei Cheng swept a glance over, only to see each and every one of the 3 Holy Lands martial artists covered in wounds, their faces seemingly haggard. And all of this was all thanks to him. Wei Cheng discovered that the 3 Holy Lands martial artists were all looking at him with fierce glares. Especially the Sky Mist Holy Land's martial artists who wished that they could immediately come up and kill him. Even the Cloud Watchtower, Holy Land's martial artists, were disappointed to the extreme in Wei Cheng. After this accident, they finally knew Yi Yuan's importance. The situation that they were unable to cope with by going all out, Yi Yuan resolved it the moment he came. These skeletons were so powerful, but could not even withstand a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. This was a total disparity in strength. I'm sorry, Wei Cheng choked. Chapter 836, Terrifying Existence. Chapter 836, Terrifying Existence. Sorry? Haha. Can an apology revives your subordinates? Can an apology treat the wounds on their bodies? You're really an idiot beyond redemption. Sheng Jun's putting up with Wei Cheng already reached the limits. This time, he finally exploded. And this time, Wei Cheng finally shed remorseful tears. All right, don't scold him anymore. Better pluck your spirits up. It's not over yet. We seem to have provoked an extraordinary fellow this time. Yi Yuan suddenly said with a grim expression. Everyone's faces changed, all not quite certain what it meant. All of the skeletons were clearly finished off. What danger would there be still? Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan, but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking over at the entrance of the Pa-S sageway. The moment everyone saw, they could not help being greatly alarmed inwardly. An additional skeleton was there since goodness knows when. Just one. That skeleton did not say a word. It just sat at the cave entrance, silently. Under its hand, it was pressing on a long saber. Master, you need to be careful. His strength is unfathomable. Blackwind is probably completely not his match either. Blackwind suddenly spoke. Blackwind's words gave everyone a huge shock. He was a great Circle Tier 8 dragon race, but he actually admitted himself that he was not this skeleton's match. Then wouldn't this skeleton's strength have to reach Tier 9? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said to everyone, "Everybody, retreat out of this cavern. Turn around. Hurry up." Sheng Jun's expression changed, and he said, "Brother Yi, relax, I'll catch up," Yi Yuan said coolly. Sheng Jun's gaze showed a complicated expression, and he said, "Take care, Brother Yi. Let's go." Dozens of martial artists withdrew out of this cavern very quickly under Sheng Jun's lead. In the empty cave, there was only Yi Yuan, Blackwind, and that skeleton opposite left. On you, there is the aura of the vast heaven steel. That skeleton's mouth rattled and actually opened its mouth to talk. The moment it started talking, it startled Yi Yuan. The vast heaven steel was absorbed by him into his body. Ordinary people could not detect it at all. But the skeleton actually laid bare the truth with a single comment. Looks like this skeleton, not making a move the entire time, was probably because of the vast heaven steel. Otherwise, if he swung a saber down, most likely no one could withstand it. Senior recognizes the vast heaven steel? Yi Yuan did not deny it, but answered with a question instead. Of course, I know it. The vast heaven steel's former owner was one of the leaders of the human race. The skeleton said slowly, "Former owner? Could Senior be talking about Senior Fang Tian?" Yi Yuan said curiously, but the skeleton shook its head and said, "Fang Tian? Looks like the vast heaven steel has already changed quite a few generations of owners. No idea how long I've slumbered here either. But since you obtained the vast heaven steel, looks like the time for the divine realm's great calamity has arrived again." Yi Yuan's expression became apprehensive. Looks like this skeleton's era before his death was even further back than he imagined. Furthermore, hearing the meaning in the skeleton's words seemed like it was all ominous foreboding once the vast heaven steel came into being. Recalling Fang Tian's experiences that Long Ting mentioned before, seemed like it was really the case. that whatever heavenly fiend G, oh, D sounded like a very powerful existence when one heard it. If not for Fang Tian, most likely the divine realm situation right now would definitely not be like this. Now that 50,000 years had said, could it be another round of samsara again? But Longting did not elaborate in detail regarding that earth-shattering great battle 50,000 years ago, and did not disclose more things. The specific stances Yi Yuan did not know either, except undercurrents seemed to be flowing in the divine realm presently. Could it be related to the great calamity the skeleton talked about? Senior, just what kind of great calamity will the divine realm encounter? Is it possible that it's related to some extent with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array? According to what Junior knows, this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was also an extremely formidable array formation in the ancient era. Just what kind of an existence is this boneyard suppressing? Yi Yuan was filled with doubts. Since you recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, why did you still bring so many people inside? At present, the grand array has already loosened. That thing will accelerate the breaking of the seal after obtaining so much blood feed. The skeleton said. Yi Yuan's expression changed. When he heard that, he briefly recounted the events that happened in this period of time. The skeleton kept silent after hearing it. He only opened his mouth after some time and said, "You went through the trouble. It's just that your strength is too poor. Coming in makes no difference too. Just now, if not for sensing the vast heaven steel, you guys would already all be dead men." The skeleton's words were very calm, as though talking about something that was not worth mentioning. Blackwind, this great circle of Tier 8, he thought nothing of him at all. Yi Yuan did not doubt this skeleton's words in the slightest. This person was surely a peerless powerhouse during his lifetime. Even if he was only left with a skeleton now, the feeling that he gave him was also incredibly dangerous. Except being looked down upon by a skeleton, Yi Yuan was helpless too. Even though Yi Yuan was already going all out to increase his strength, it was still not quite adequate to look at. Facing this kind of ancient S powerhouse, even if countless tens of thousands of years had elapsed, he was not a match. Bring them away. This fiend G. Oh, D is going to come into being very soon. You all can't stop him. What are those deity realm powerhouses all doing to actually let you guys, these babies, come to die? The skeleton said, unhappily. Yi Yuan was speechless again when he heard that, and said with a sigh, "Senior, the divine realm's divine Tao has already dwindled to zero for over 100,000 years. Ever since then, there are no longer divine realm powerhouses." What? Divine Tao dwindled to zero? Hearing this news, the skeleton finally lost composure. Only after a long time did the skeleton sigh and said, "I'm only a remnant soul now, completely unable to feel heavenly Tao. Could it be that the divine realm has entered an age of declining laws? Forget it. I'm already dead for G. Oh, D knows how many years and can't bother with matters after my death either. I can only give a last bit of meager strength." Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. Between the lines of this skeleton's words, it all revealed the might of the fiend G. Oh, D this place was suppressing. Once an existence like this broke out, who knew what kind of a catastrophe the divine realm would have to suffer? "Senior, isn't there any way at all?" Yi Yuan said unresignedly. Back then, the one who sealed the fiend G. Oh, D with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was the vast heaven steel's owner. He was one of the leaders of the human race, and even he was incapable of killing this fiend G. Oh, D, you can imagine his power. Even though you acquired the vast heaven steel, your strength is too weak and don't have the ability to deal with the fiend G. Oh, D at all. Furthermore, You said that somebody is intentionally weakening the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Most likely he'll be able to break out before long. The skeleton said. How powerful the vast heaven steel's owner the skeleton talked about was Yi Yuan had no way of imagining. But he was certain that as the leader of the human race at that time, the vast heaven steel's owner's strength was definitely formidable to the extreme. Even he had no way of killing the fiend Ji. Oh, it could be seen how powerful this fellow was. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, according to what Senior said, this fiend Ji, has already been sealed for several tens of thousands of years. Likely, his strength at present is just a mere fraction already. If talking about killing the fiend Ji, wouldn't now be the best opportunity? The skeleton was silent for a while and said, Junior, you're very responsible, but there's no way that you're his match. You have the vast heaven steel on hand, best to cultivate as quickly as possible. That way, perhaps there's still a gleam of chance to kill the fiend Ji. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, Junior wants to give it a go. Chapter 837. All Facets of Life. Chapter 837. All facets of life rumble. All of a sudden, the whole world started trembling. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This tremor clearly came from the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Has it begun? Looks like I've reached the time to leave. As well. Junior, future matters will be entrusted to you. On you, I saw the shadow of the vast heaven steel's owner. Be careful. The skeleton said this sentence, then turned right around and left. Yi Yuan's expression was slightly dark, and he turned around and left too. Seeing Yi Yuan come out safely, everyone heaved a big sigh in relief too. Brother Yi, it's really great that you're fine. No idea what happened underground to actually make even the earth tremble. Furthermore, these zombies are actually flooding towards underground like tide water, Sheng Jun said rather worriedly. Yi Yuan's expression was grave as he said, a fiend Ji, is suppressed underground here, whose strength is overwhelming. These zombies were probably created by people with the intent of salting the grand array. Now, this grand array suffered a tremendous impact. The fiend Ji, is going to break free very soon. Fiend Ji, in this world, could there really be the existence of the fiend race? And no way, right? To proclaim to be a fiend Ji, wouldn't that be a deity realm-like existence? Are you kidding? Once an existence like that breaks out, who in this divine realm can be his match? We better hurry up and leave. Yi Yuan's words caused a huge panic among the 7 Holy Lands martial artists. Many martial artists already could not contain themselves, wanting to leave this boneyard. Deity realm, this was a realm that made all martial artists yearn for. It was also a realm that all martial artists feared. Facing deity realm powerhouses, not everybody had this kind of courage. To martial artists in an age of declining laws, deity realm was equivalent to invincibility. Everybody, this fiend Ji, was sealed for several tens of thousands of years by the grand array. His loss of strength is immense, and it's precisely a fine opportunity for us to slay him. Once the fiend Ji, breaks free, when he recovers his strength, the divine realm will surely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. I ask for everyone to lend this Yi a helping hand and eliminate this fiend. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Wei Cheng's 2 legs were trembling. Suddenly he snapped, Yi Yuan, you had known that there is the fiend Ji, existing underground here long ago. Once it broke out, your crimson afterglow Holy Land will be the first to bear the brunt, so you want to drag us, the other 6 families, all into the water. Isn't that so? Ha ha ha. You even feigned Blee appearance, saying that it's for the consideration of the 7 holy lands. You, this fellow, are a hypocrite posing as a person of high morals. Hearing that the fiend D was about to break free soon, Wei Cheng was frightened to the extreme in his heart. Under this sort of circumstances, he habitually pushed all of the blame to Yi Yuan. It was just that his words indeed aggravated the fear in everyone's hearts even more. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became somewhat unfriendly. It was only due to Black Wind being present that they maintained a final restraint. Under this kind of hopeless situation, it could reflect people's hearts most of all. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, with your view of things, you can only see a tiny little white valiant region. Once the fiend D breaks out, who in the entire divine realm can resist his footsteps? Everyone's faces changed, all feeling a sense of pressure coming from head on. The fiend D coming into being, the divine realm would surely be turbulent, and the one to be the first to bear the brunt was the white valiant region. Everybody, don't listen to him quibble. You aren't going to say now that you came underground for the sake of the human race's righteousness, right? I don't care. Either way, I'm leaving. That is a fiend D. Which one of you wants to seek death? Just go yourself. Finished talking, he brought the Cloud Watchtower, Holy Land's remaining martial artists, and left straight away. Hua Shujia had a look of struggle, and also came in front of Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, the fiend D cannot be fought. Presumably, an existence like him won't take fancy on puny little rank 9 holy lands like us two. Farewell. Finished talking, he turned around and said to the Fire Feather, Holy Land martial artists, let's go. Yi Yuan did not stop Hua Shujia's departure, but said to Sheng Jun, Brother Sheng, you? Sheng Jun had a look of dilemma too, and countered with a question instead, Brother Yi, even if the fiend D's strength is depleted to the limit by the Grand Array, he's likely not what we can rival as well. I wonder how much confidence Brother Yi has. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Not much confidence. Sheng Jun was stunned. He originally thought that Yi Yuan being so resolute, he more or less had some confidence. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan was completely messing around. Brother Yi, isn't it courting death like this? Is it worth it? Sheng Jun asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, There's no worth it or not worth it, only willing or unwilling. Yi Yuan, want to do it, so I'll go do it. It's that simple. Sheng Jun was stupefied again. If Yi Yuan talked about some great principle with him, he would definitely turn around and go. But Yi Yuan's words made his heart jolt. Real men only seek a clear conscience when doing things. Who cares about his reputation before and after his death? Fine. Brother Yi, Sheng Jun, will accompany you to go crazy today. Sheng Jun turned around again and said to the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land's martial artists, Though I'm the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land's young lord, today's matter, I won't force you guys. Whoever is willing to stay behind, Sheng Jun, welcome cordially. Whoever is willing to go, I absolutely won't bar the way either. Actually, Yi Yuan did not harbor any hope towards these people, but did not expect that Sheng Jun actually really chose to remain behind. Yi Yuan had this attitude towards the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land too. In the end, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land martial artists actually all chose to stay behind. But the other 3 Holy Lands, only a few people stayed behind. The number of people that remained behind in the end was merely 20 over people. Among them, over half was even the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's martial artists. But this figure already far said Yi Yuan's expectations. With Sheng Jun's lead, a faceless realm elder even stayed behind for the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land. Elder Sister Kaiyu, aren't you going too? You had a hard time before managing to cure your heavenly terminal meridian physique. If you encounter any mishap here, wouldn't it be Yi Yuan's fault? From start to end, Caillou stood behind Yi Yuan, did not say a word, and did not move before either. Only when she heard Yi Yuan ask did Caillou smile, and said, "This lowly one said before, in the future, this life is yours. Moreover, honestly speaking, the current young Lord Yi is really mesmerizing this lowly one to death." Caillou's eyes were full of admiration. Her gaze looking at Yi Yuan was like looking at her lover. Yi Yuan said with a mocking smile, "Your life is your own, nothing to do with me. It's really very dangerous this time. I don't have any assurance at all. Elder sister better leave." Caillou just smiled, but did not have the intention of moving. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only not urge any more. Rumble. The tremors underground became even fiercer. In the underground sageway, wisps of fiendish black qi actually started spreading all over the place. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Such powerful fiendish qi, truly well-deserving of being a fiend ji. OD, being sealed for so many years by the unparalleled ancient fiend-sealing grand array, he can actually still erupt with such powerful fiendish qi. Looks like the fiend ji. Oh, D is going to break free very soon. Let's hurry up and go." The fiend ji. Oh, D had not broken free yet, and already dispersed such powerful fiendish qi. This made everyone involuntarily become even more worried in their hearts. Chapter 838, Setting Up Formation. Chapter 838, Setting Up Formation SWAS. H plus SWAS. H plus SWAS. H plus several dozen figures scurried out from the sageway Yi Yuan set up. Pooh, pretending to be a human race hero. For what? It's fine if you go seek death yourself. You even want to drag us to be scapegoats. Are heroes so easy to be? Fis. Plussing for fame and praise. Wei Cheng spat at the entrance. He said these words very loudly and did not avoid everyone's eyes and ears. The moment the words came out, everyone shot over contemptuous looks. If not for Yi Yuan, you'd have already died several times over. You still have the capability to make sarcastic remarks here. Being shameless to your level is also considered a kind of realm, Hua Shujia said with a cold smile. Even though he did not have the courage to face the fiend ji, he still admired Yi Yuan's choice greatly. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had indeed saved everyone a number of times. This was an indisputable fact. Hua Shujia, don't talk like you're very lofty. Didn't you run too? What right do you have to comment on me? Also, you guys, each and every one of you looking at me with this sort of expression, for what? If you have the capabilities, go down yourselves. Wei Cheng roared. Under repeated blows, Wei Cheng's psyche already utterly lost balance. But his words were still very incisive. No matter what reason, running was running. These martial artists all turned their faces away, revealing looks of embarrass. People all had this kind of mentality, feeling that if the sky fell down, there would be tall guys propping it up. The fiend D coming into being should be those divine king powerhouses coming out to face the enemy. What responsibility and duty did they have to face this kind of danger? Those like Yi Yuan were undoubtedly moths flying into the fire that kind. They would even be ridiculed by people such as Wei Cheng. Wow, very lively. Didn't you guys go in? Why did you come out so quickly? You're making it very hard for me like this. Suddenly, a spooky voice sounded out, making everyone jump in fright. Two people clad entirely in black clothes suddenly appeared. They actually did not discover at all before this. Hua Shujia said with a slightly somber expression, "Who are you people? Making a show of force here. don't you know that the fiend D is about to come into being at once? The two black-clothed people exchanged a glance and could not help laughing weirdly. One of them said with a big laugh, Fiend D coming into being? Of course we know, because this Fiend D is free by us. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. No wonder Yi Yuan said that someone had ulterior motives. Turns out that he really hit the mark. Although your strength is a little lousy, as Lord Fiend D's blood feed, it's barely adequate. Originally, you guys sending yourselves in saved us some trouble. Now, we can only personally take action and send you in. The other person said with a weird laugh, Who the Hell are you people? Why do you want to do this sort of thing that betrays the human race? Hua Shujia interrogated. Well, you can call us holy followers. All right, surrender without resistance. One of them said coolly. When Yi Yuan and the rest rushed to the depths underground, they were struck dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. Beneath the ground was an enormous cavern. At this time, inside the entire cavern was filled with fiendish qi. East, south, west, north, and central. All 5 positions had 5 sacrificial altars constructed by no idea who. At this moment, those zombies were all walking over towards the area surrounded by the sacrificial altars without heed for their lives. They were directly refined into a cloud of blood mist, then directly absorbed by the sacrificial altar in the middle. Brother Yi, why are these zombies all charging inside without any heed for their lives? Sheng Jun was greatly shocked. These zombies were originally refined artificially. They are all controlled by people. Yi Yuan said calmly. What? These zombies are all refined artificially? How many lives does this have to slaughter? Could it be that those super holy lands all don't care? Sheng Jun was utterly shocked by it. The number of zombies underground here was probably more than 100 million. To refine so many zombies, wouldn't it have to kill this many people? Just what kind of faction could do it to such a degree? Martial artists under tier 6 don't count for anything in the divine realm. As long as it's done a little covertly, gathering this sum was not something hard. I'm just curious, just what kind of force can accomplish this unbeknown to DS and ghosts? Yi Yuan said with a grim expression. From the Medicine King Hall's destruction to various sorts of bizarre incidents happening in the divine realm, then to this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array presently, the divine realm that was calm on the surface was likely already surging with undercurrents long ago. It was just that this faction concealed too deeply. Everyone had yet to become aware of its existence. Then we're just going to watch them go offer up a sacrifice Sively? Sheng Jun said unresignedly. With these many zombies, they could not kill all. After people died, evil qi would coalesce, and this area of extreme Yin land was filled with powerful extreme Yin qi. These zombies could fuse these 2 kinds of qi into evil Yin qi. The corrosive nature of evil Yin qi was extremely strong. Using it to corrode array formations was most suitable, even though the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was an ancient top-tier grand array. Along with the Sing of Time, its power was already greatly discounted. Adding in the erosion of these evil Yin qi under the simultaneous attack from the fiend D within and outside, the grand array was already teetering on the verge of collapse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, It's already too late. Unless there are still deity realm powerhouses in this world, there will be no way to reinforce this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Otherwise, even if we finish these zombies, it's of no help to the matter too. The fiend D coming into being is an unstoppable trend. Sheng Jun sucked in a breath deeply and could not help becoming worried about the divine realm's situation in the future. In the divine realm, regarding the descriptions of the fiend race, it merely existed in legends. Only in some ancient records would it occasionally mention the fiend race. This stretch of boundless and limitless continent had always been under the rule of the human race and demon race. Legend has it that in the desolate era, the human race and the fiend race once fought an earth-shaking great war. Originally thought that these were merely just legends, didn't think that they were actually true. If it's in accordance with how ancient records narrate it, the human race and fiend race are still mortal enemies. Most likely, the human race is really going to plunge into misery and suffering. Shengjun said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the fiend race is not just a legend. They have always existed in the divine realm. It's just that they were not known to people. 50,000 years ago, there was a fellow who proclaimed to be a heavenly fiend that came roaring into existence. Unfortunately, he ran into a genius martial artist from the human race and was beaten until he fled with heavy injuries. Shengjun was taken aback from shock. Only now did he know that the divine realm actually still had such secrets. It was just that with Yi Yuan's age, how did he know this kind of secrets? This Yi Yuan really made people unable to fathom. Brother Yi, then are we just going to stare blankly right now? Are we going to wait the fiend Ji, to come into being? Shengjun said, how can that be? You rest and rehabilitate here for a moment. I'll go set up the formation. Yi Yuan leaped and started bustling about inside this cave. Before long, a large-scale array formation gradually had an elementary form. When Shengjun saw the elementary form of this array formation, his expression could not help changing slightly, and he asked Wu Siyuan, Elder Wu, could this array formation that Brother Yi is laying down be the Crimson Afterglow's undisclosed secret? How can a mere Tier 6 array formation be so complex? Chapter 839, Azura Confounding Formations, True Power. Chapter 839, Azura Confounding Formations, True Power. Wu Siyuan shook his head blankly and said, I've never seen this Tier 6 array formation before, but this array formation gives my heart a feeling of palpitations. Shengjun shared the same feeling and said, Indeed, although I'm a major realm higher than him, I feel that if I enter this array formation, I'll probably never come out again. I truly didn't expect that Brother Yi actually had such high attainments in the Tao of array formations. This array formation that Yi Yuan laid down was precisely his pinnacle work in the formations path at present, the Azura Confounding Formation. Along with the increase in cultivation, Yi Yuan could already fully set up this array formation. Back then, when he was still at the Sea Transformation realm, he blocked the entire Purple Mansion Sect's attack by relying on this array formation, playing the Purple Mansion Sect's late-stage Soul Sea experts in the palm of his hands. Now Yi Yuan was already D knows how many times stronger than back then. The array formation setup naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. This array formation was also his greatly killing tool in the formations path. What Yi Yuan set up back then was merely the greater confounding formation, which was not equipped with the functions of a killing formation. But now Yi Yuan was already able to integrate the killing formation inside, and could unleash this array formation to the limits. As for whether or not it could stop the fiend Ji, that was unknown. Following the Pa as Sing of Time, the fiendish chi in the cave became increasingly vigorous. That horrifying pressure made everyone have a feeling of wanting to escape. On that sacrificial altar in the middle, fiendish chi erupted like a volcano, causing the entire cave to tremble. Right then, Yi Yuan finally finished setting the formation. He was T with exhaustion at this time too. This array formation being set up till the end, he expended tremendous physical strength and mental strength too. He consumed several medicinal pills on the spot and started recovering his strength. Rumble! An enormous tremor reverberated throughout the entire cave. Yi Yuan opened both eyes abruptly and said with a solemn expression, "It's coming." Everyone's expression became fearful, looking at that sacrificial altar in the center without S-H-I plus-ing their eyes. Countless black gas spouted out, finally condensing to form a fiendish black shadow. Ha ha ha! How many tens of thousands of years has it been? This seat finally broke free. D-A-M. And humans, be prepared to receive this seat's wrath. Yi, there are still some small fries here. Didn't expect that right after coming out, there are people taking the initiative to deliver themselves to the doorstep to become this seat's blood feed. The black shadow emitted a low and deep voice, akin to waves of M-U-F fled thunder. The black shadow actually allowed no explanation, heading straight for Yi Yuan's direction in a surprise attack. Boom! A ball of black gas directly smashed onto everyone's bodies. SMAs. H-I plus ing Yi Yuan's group of people into a cloud of blood mist. Ha ha ha! I absorb. N. The fiend G. Oh, D was just planning to absorb the Ma. S of blood mist when he suddenly discovered something amiss. Looks like I underestimated this bunch of trash to actually let this seat fall for an illusionary array imperceptibly. Hee, playing hide and seek. This seat's mood today is excellent. I'll accompany you all to play. The fiend G. Oh, D surveyed the surroundings and started to find the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest. In the array formation, everyone had a lingering fear. Sheng Jun was somewhat shuddering in retrospect as he said, "Brother Yi, all thanks to your array formation. Otherwise, we'd probably be killed by this fiend G." Oh, D in one exchange. Yi Yuan said with a grim expression, truly didn't expect that this fiend G. Oh, D can still preserve such strength after being trapped for several tens of thousands of years by the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Just how powerful was he at his peak period? Although everyone avoided the fiend G. Oh, D's attack just now by relying on the Azura confounding formation, the might of the fiend G. Oh, D was still deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Sheng Jun said, "In a while, everybody listen to my arrangement. I'll manipulate the array formation and continuously expend that fiend G. Oh, D's strength, understood?" Yi Yuan carried out arrangements for each person, borrowing the truth and deception of the array formation could bring to play their strength to the limits. Boom. The fiend G. Oh, D demolished an illusion with an attack again. Chi. An attack came out from the void, rumbling straight for the fiend G. Oh, D. But the fiend G. Oh, D just lightly waved and directly wiped out that attack. Not having a physical body is indeed very troublesome. Looks like I still have to seize possession of a human's body first. That D-A-M-N Taoist absolute heaven. He actually used the vast heaven steel to destroy my physical body. The fiend G. Oh, D said slowly. The surroundings continuously had Yi Yuan and company, S attacks transmitting over. But these attacks could not cause any threat to the fiend G. Oh, D. He obliterated these attacks with a wave of his hand. Regardless whether was it heaven enlightenment realm martial artists attacks or phaseless realm martial artist attacks. Surging floodwaters. After a concentrated series of attacks, a peerlessly powerful attack pierced right through the void, landing heavily on the fiend G. Oh, D's main body. Arg. The fiend G. Oh, D gave a miserable cry, his body flying out backward. After a round of indiscriminate bombardment, Yi Yuan's plan finally succeeded. Excellent. I even thought that this guy is invincible. Turns out he will sustain injuries too. It's still Lord Black Flood Dragon's attack. That's powerful. This move, even I'm scared when I see it. The Fiend Ji. Oh, D's suffering this attack. He will be heavily wounded, if not dead, right? Young Lord Ye's array formation is indeed miraculous to actually be able to let attacks shuttle through the void and directly attack the Fiend Ji. Oh, D's main body. The crowd of martial artists was all incredibly excited to see Blackwind's attack succeed. But Yi Yuan said with a grave expression, "It's still early. If the Fiend Ji, oh, D is so easy to deal with. It wouldn't be a Fiend Ji. Oh, D, with the strength of a major ancient power, it could only suppress him here, too. How can he be so easy to take care of?" Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a series of intense, quaking sounds echoed. The Grand Array was actually shaking. "Little Traz, congratulations. You've successfully infuriated this seat. Even the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing Grand Array couldn't trap this seat. Just a lousy illusionary array. I want to see how many times it can withstand this seat's attacks." The Fiend Ji. Oh, D's voice transmitted into each person's ears, startling everybody. Bang, bang, bang. The Fiend Ji. Oh, D went seemingly insane, bombarding the Grand Array nonstop. And the Azura confounding formation started trembling violently under his attacks, too. Not good. If we let him carry on attacking like this, the Grand Array will be breached sooner or later. Yi Yuan said with a solemn look. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering such a troublesome opponent. Even the Azura confounding formation could not trap him. Luckily, this Fiend Ji, oh, D's strength was already very debilitated from being sealed for too long a time. Or else, he could probably destroy the Azura confounding formation with a wave of his hand. What to do, Brother Yi? Once the Grand Array is breached, we'll be without any barriers at all. This Fiend Ji, oh, D is truly formidable. We are probably not his match. Through a round of probing, these martial artists had long seen the Fiend Ji. Oh, D's might already. Facing the Fiend Ji, oh, D head on, they felt rather fearful just thinking about it. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "The Azura confounding formation probably can't be preserved anymore. Since that's the case, I'll let him witness the truly formidable aspect of the Azura confounding formation." Yi Yuan sent everyone out of the array formation and mustered up all of the essence energy in his body to deploy the array formation. All of a sudden, the entire Grand Array started flash. I+ing. Above the firmament, countless sword lights actually condensed. What? The Fiend Ji. Oh, D stopped his attacks, incomparably shocked as he looked at the sword lights in the air. Chapter 840, Battling the Fiend Ji. O.D. Chapter 840, Battling the Fiend Ji. O.D. Within the void, there were countless virtual sword images suspended. This was the fifth stage supreme true intent Yi Yuan displayed by merging his sword intent into the Azura confounding formation and borrowing the power of the Grand Array. This Azura confounding formation, after Yi Yuan improved it, the power of the killing formation was even stronger than the original version. Sharp swords hung high above, even someone as powerful as the Fiend Ji. Oh, D turned pale with fright too. Azura confounding formation, myriad sword piercing the heart. Kill! Yi Yuan roared. Countless long swords streaked through countless streams of flowing light in the Grand Array. Russ. Plussing towards the all-powerful Fiend Ji. O.D. Bang. 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 Yi Yuan himself did not have such boundless essence energy, but the Grand Array did. In an instant, the Azura confounding formation extracted the essence energy within all of the earth essence crystals dry. The power could be imagined. The place the fiend G. Oh, D stood it was immediately blasted to residue by countless streaks of sword light, stirring up clouds of dust. So powerful. Just a tier 6 grand array. This power is also too terrifying, right? Shengjun muttered. This scene was too shocking, resulting in him not thinking whether or not the fiend G. Oh, D was finished off right away, but astonishment at the might of the grand array. Young Lord Yi is mighty. Such a terrifying attack. There's no way that fiend G. Oh, D can survive, right? Ha ha ha, what bulls? H, I, plus T fiend G. Oh, D, I think it's nothing more than this. Wasn't he still finished off all at once? After the shock, the martial artists were all incredibly excited. Originally thought that doomsday was arriving, didn't expect that this fiend G. Oh, D was merely nothing more than this. Whose? H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure slowly landed in front of everyone, saying with a serious expression, "Everybody be on guard. The fiend G. Oh, D isn't so easy to be disposed of. Without the Grand Array's protection, we're going to have a direct confrontation with him." Everyone's excited expressions could not help choking up. Even such a terrifying attack could not kill the fiend G. Oh, D? This. No way, right? Whoosh. Bang. There was a blur before everyone's eyes. They had yet to recover to their senses when a dark shadow already arrived in front. A streak of black light smacked directly onto a Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist's body. He immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone was still half dubious about Yi Yuan's words, and the fiend G. Oh, D actually attacked again. Without the grand arrays, S, H, I, plus Elding, a martial artist instantly died on Yi Yuan's side. Everyone turned pale with fright and hastily retreated. The fiend G. Oh, D did not have the intention of following up either. He just greedily absorbed that cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The fiend G. Oh, D's aura was actually getting strong. Without a doubt, that attack earlier proved effective. The fiend G. Oh, D's aura was weakened substantially compared to before. But at this time, he was actually in the midst of gradually recovering. This fellow can actually absorb the essence and blood of martial artists to recover strength. Everybody be careful. Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression. If it was like this, Yi Yuan's side absolutely must not have casualties appear again. Or else the fiend G. Oh, D would grow stronger with battle. Is this guy a monster? Fully withstood such a terrifying attack. And he's actually completely fine. Somebody said in despair. The current fiend G. Oh, D was a Ma. S of dark shadow. Only two-eyed. A, L, S were left in his entire body that could be seen. But at this moment, the fiend G. Oh, D's pair of eye. A, L, S looked towards Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, a little interesting. A measly little tier 6 martial artist can actually injure this seat. However, even Taoist absolute heaven couldn't kill this seat. With just the likes of you, this brat, what can you do to me? All obediently become this seat's blood feed. This is your honor. Yi Yuan's expression was grim as he said, Phaseless realm martial artists, assist Blackwind to launch attacks. Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists support with coordinated actions by the side. This guy's speed is peculiar. Be careful. Everyone slowly nodded. Their faces all had unspeakable solemnness. The might of the fiend G. Oh, D far exceeded their imaginations. One had to know this was still the state after the fiend G. Oh, D was sealed for countless years. Looks like you still won't give up hope. Forget it. This seat will fulfill your wishes. The Fiend G. Oh, D gave a weird laugh and vanished with a whoosh. Be careful. Yi Yuan suddenly pushed a palm out pus. I plussing away a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. A black shadow dashed right through the place he stood at. Being pushed aside by Yi Yuan, that martial artist finally recovered his senses and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. And many thanks, young Lord Yi. That martial artist was even kind of stuttering when talking. Just now was really a very close shave. If not for Yi Yuan making a move, his outcome would already be the same as that person from before. Origin magnetic field. Couldn't tell that your tricks are really plentiful, said the Fiend G. Oh, D, slightly surprised. Just now, it was clearly going to succeed in a moment. At the crucial juncture, it was like someone dragged him a little, making his figure drop down, abruptly stagnating that tiny bit. That was how that martial artist barely avoided his attack. First was the Azura confounding formation, then the origin magnetic field. The Fiend G. Oh, D actually suffered 2 hidden losses in a row at the hands of a puny little Tier 6 martial artist. This made him rather surprised. It's actually an origin magnetic field. Hearing the Fiend G. Oh, D's words, everyone could not help looking at Yi Yuan in shock. This crimson afterglow young lord's methods were truly inexhaustible. With boundless realm cultivation, he could actually dance around with an existence like the Fiend G. Oh, D, truly remarkable. If not for Yi Yuan, probably in a single exchange, they all would be completely wiped out by the Fiend G. Oh, D, Lord Fiend G. Oh, D's methods are quite a few too. Being suppressed for so countless tens of thousands of years, your strength is actually still so powerful. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Ha ha, looks like you still have quite a bit of understanding about this seat." That's right. If this seat is at my peak, a little finger can pinch you all, this bunch of trash, to death. How could I tolerate you, this brat, to be KY in front of this seat? A hero won't mention past glories. Lord Fiend G. Oh, D is not a person of this era in the first place. Better to sleep eternally in this place. Yi Yuan's face fell, killing intent overflowing instantly. The Fiend G. Oh, D was slightly stunned when he saw the situation and immediately burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, since this seat came out, then it's the time of arrival for the doomsday of your human race. You, a measly little Tier 6 martial artist, actually wants to kill this seat. An utter joke. Don't you know that this seat has an undying body? Little Lord, I don't believe that there's really any undying body in this world. Today, I want to give it a try and see. Black Wind, I'll coordinate with you with the origin magnetic field. Go." "Yes, master." Under Yi Yuan's command, Black Wind's body suddenly expanded several times, waving his claws as he attacked towards the Fiend G. Oh, D. The Fiend G. Oh, D was just about to evade when a bizarre force field appeared once again, delaying his figure that tiny bit. Boom. Black Wind's palm force spat, immediately slamming together with the Fiend G. Oh, D. The 2 people each retreated several steps. "Everybody attack," Yi Yuan said solemnly. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits were roused, each wielding a weapon and going forward. Yi Yuan interfered with the Fiend G. Oh, D's traces from time to time with the origin magnetic field, resulting in him being attacked in front and from the rear. For a moment, Yi Yuan's side actually firmly took the upper hand, especially Black Wind's attacks that were full of power. Even someone as powerful as the Fiend G. Oh, D was beaten until he screamed in pain too. D, AM, and it. You trash, taking advantage of when this seat is at the weakest to sneak attack. What capability does that count as? Howled the Fiend G. Oh, D. Chapter 841, Blinding Saber Light. Chapter 841, Blinding Saber Light after the Fiend G. Oh, D came into being. He was supposed to be roaming unhindered in the divine realm. Who knew that when he just came out? He was beaten by a bunch of juniors until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate, not to mention how aggrieving it was. Stinking brat, you force me. Fiend G. Oh, detransformation. The Fiend G. Oh, D suddenly shouted loudly. A vast and mighty fiendish chi suddenly erupted. Yi Yuan's group of people were caught off guard, being blasted until they scattered in all directions immediately. Poo work. This time, it actually directly blasted everyone to heavy injuries. D-A-M, N-it. D-A-M, N-it. D-A-M, N-it. To actually force this seat to use the Fiend G. Oh, detransformation, you're prepared to experience a fate worse than death, right? Howled the Fiend G. Oh, D. At this instant, the Fiend G. Oh, D's black shadow actually enlarged several times. The fiendish chi emitting off of his body was also vast and magnificent, teeming the entire underground cavern. The Fiend G. Oh, D's aura actually skyrocketed multiple times instantaneously. Why is it like this? The Fiend G. Oh, D's current strength has likely Serpa. S, said Tier 9, right? How can we still fight if it is like this? Sheng Jun said with a bitter smile. What skyrocketed was not just fiendish chi, but also the Fiend G. Oh, D's strength in itself soared instantly. He actually leaped over and reached Tier 9, Sup 1/Sup. This sort of breakthrough that did not conform to common sense seriously made people incomparably despaired. They already all suffered heavy injuries under that attack from the Fiend G. Oh, D just now. But the Fiend G. Oh, D himself had a huge increase in strength. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said he should have used some kind of method that stimulates potential. After his strength fades away, he'll probably be even weaker than before. However, Yi Yuan's words made everyone all feel a wave of despair. He did not speak, but the meaning in his words was already very clear. Tier 9 Fiend G. Oh, D. Even if the Holy Lords came, it was a road that led to death as well, let alone them, these people. Punk, you're indeed quite knowledgeable. Fiend G. Oh, D transformation can let this seat's strength skyrocket, but it's merely able to last for around a quarter of an hour's time. After this period of time, this seat will be even weaker than before. However, with you guys, these blood feed around, this seat will recover as good as new very soon. Ha ha ha. The Fiend G. Oh, D laughed wildly. Suddenly, the Fiend G. Oh, D put away his smile and swept a glance over everyone's faces. Who to start with first? You, brat, are the most troublesome. Better start with you first. The Fiend G. Oh, D's target actually locked right onto Yi Yuan. But Blackwind blocked right in front of Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Want to kill Master? You must go through me first." Boom. A streak of fiendish chi attacked and actually sent Blackwind flying with one hit. The Fiend G. Oh, D after displaying Fiend G. Oh, D transformation was devastatingly powerful. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Too strong. Blackwind was one of the strongest one among them. His strength was right on the fringe of entering Tier 9, but he was actually too weak to withstand even a single blow in front of the Fiend G. Oh, D, a little snake dares to be insolent in front of this seat too. If you evolve to become true dragon bloodline, this seat would have some fear and respect towards you. But you, this half-baked guy, is completely lacking. The Fiend G. Oh, D snorted coldly and slowly walked towards Yi Yuan. Brat, it's your turn. Ama. S a fiendish chi meandered out of the Fiend G. Oh, D's body, heading straight for Yi Yuan. He actually wanted to capture him directly. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Leaping, he was about to evade. The fiend Ji, oh, Di gave a cold laugh and said, "Want to escape? How can it be that easy?" That fiendish chi extended unbelievably swiftly and actually caught up to Yi Yuan in an instant, intertwining him up tightly. Bang! Yi Yuan fell heavily onto the ground. All the martial artists turned their heads over, unable to bear to look at this scene. A genius like Yi Yuan was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm, but he did not expect that he was actually going to die today at the fiend Ji. "Oh, Di's hands!" "Ha ha! Brat, you seem to be rather extraordinary. Killing you is such a shame. Become this seat's fiend servant." As he was talking, a trace of the fiend Ji, oh, Di's fiendish sense, sup/sup, invaded the Yi Yuan lying on the ground. Then in the next instant, the fiend Ji, oh, Di let out a terrified cry. "Arg! It's actually an essence fire clone. And brat, I'm going to kill you." The fiend Ji, oh, Di howled like a pig getting slaughtered, reverberating throughout the entire cave. Everyone had yet to understand what was going on when suddenly they discovered that Yi Yuan's entire person started burning. Fierce flames traced along the fiendish chi and instantly besieged the fiend Ji, oh, Di's main body. In a wink, the fiend Ji, oh, Di actually caught on fire all over. "Fiery, burn him to death." Yi Yuan's voice transmitted out from the void bizarrely, revealing his figure once more. Turns out that the Yi Yuan caught by the fiend Ji, oh, Di earlier was actually just one of Fiery's clones. Being burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame, the fiend Ji, oh, Di let out wretched wails shrilly. If it were ordinary essence fires, even if it was a tier 9 essence fire, it might not cause any damage to the fiend Ji. Oh, Di, but the cleansing sandal sacred flame purified all things on earth. Dealing with the fiend Ji, oh, Di, this kind of demonic thing, was the most effective. But Yi Yuan knew that Fiery's level was still a little low and could not cause any substantial injury to the fiend Ji. Oh, Di at all. This action, it was only in order to buy time. Wait until after the fiend Ji. Oh, Di transformation's power. It would be the fiend Ji. Oh, Di's hour of doom. Arg! Devil flame, come out for me. All of a sudden, a black-colored flame actually erupted on the fiend Ji, oh, Di's body, and it started to confront the cleansing sandal sacred flame. The grade of this devil flame was clearly a great deal higher. Very soon, it repelled the cleansing sandal sacred flame in its entirety. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This devil flame's degree of troublesomeness was outside of his expectations still. In order to deal with the fiend Ji, oh, Di, he could be said to have used all of his trump cards. It actually could not even accomplish delaying for a short while. The fiend Ji, oh, Di's pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, saying with a furious roar, "Brat, forcing this seat to such an extent, you can be sufficiently proud. Now go to H-E-L-L." With this, Yi Yuan thoroughly infuriated the fiend Ji. Oh, Di, he decided to kill Yi Yuan straight away. The fiend Ji, oh, Di came in with a howl, instantly arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Facing the fiend Ji, oh, Di under the state of tier 9, Yi Yuan was truly at the end of his rope at this moment. I didn't think that this fiend Ji, oh, Di is actually so powerful. Could it be that I can only reach this step? Yi Yuan shut his eyes, filled with unwillingness as he thought. Right at the critical moment, a powerful to the extreme saber light tore right through the void. That blinding saber light lit up the entire underground cavern with a glaring light. The power of this saber made all the martial artists feel asphyxiated. Boom! The saber light bombarded directly onto the fiend Ji, oh, Di's main body without deviation. Arg! The fiend Ji, oh, Di gave a miserable cry, flying out backward immediately. That boundless fiendish chi actually dissipated a great deal instantly. Furthermore, it gradually showed a trend of weakening. Clearly, this cut caused immense injuries to the fiend Ji. Di, resulting in his fiendish chi to weaken substantially. The crowd of martial artists was struck dumb with amazement looking at this scene. The fiend Ji. Di who used fiend Ji. Di transformation was a true blue tier 9 powerhouse. What kind of cut was this to actually be able to chop him until like this? Crack, crack. Everyone looked over in the direction the saber light came from and discovered a skeleton currently walking over here step by step. Everyone's faces changed. They all had an impression of this skeleton. Wasn't this that skeleton that was in a stalemate with Yi Yuan earlier? The skeleton carried a saber, slowly walked in front of the fiend Ji. Di step by step, and said coolly, "Jialan, long time no see." Chapter 842, Unexpected Turn of Events Again. Chapter 842, Unexpected Turn of Events Again. Jialan, long time no see. The skeleton's words actually had some hint of old friends meeting again. Your tyrannical saber, Xing Aotian. You actually haven't died yet. In the fiend Ji. Di's words leaked out thick astonishment. Dead, long dead. It's just that you're not dead. So how can I dare to die completely, leaving behind a wisp of remnant soul, was for the sake of today. The skeleton said coolly. The fiendish chi on the fiend Ji. Di's body became increasingly thinner. Clearly, that cut earlier caused tremendous injury to him. When he heard that, the fiend Ji, Di said in a livid rage, "You'd am, and ghost, not being peaceful even after dying. But so what? That cut earlier was still less than 1 in 10,000 of your heyday. What can you do to me? Even absolute heaven couldn't kill me, just like the likes of you." On the skeleton's face was forever that dead person expression. There naturally would not be any changes. But he turned to Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Of course I know that I can't kill you, but absolute heavens will, there's bound to be someone who inherits it. If you want to bring disaster upon the human race, it probably won't be that easy to accomplish." Plus the fiend Ji. Di looked at the skeleton and glanced at Yi Yuan again, suddenly letting out a roaring laugh as he said, "You aren't talking about this boy, right? He's indeed quite capable, but he's far too lacking compared to absolute heaven. Give him another 1,000 years, and he also can't reach absolute heaven's height. Furthermore, do you think that I will give him 1,000 years' time to grow?" The skeleton said indifferently, "Karma is all destined. I've already returned to dust. This is no longer something I can be worried about. As for what extent he can grow to, it will depend on him." He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Young man, you've done very well, far exceeded my expectations. This dignified self has nothing valuable on me. With these countless years, what I've learned during my lifetime is already forgotten for the most part as well. These remaining few comprehensions will be imparted to you then." Finished talking, the skeleton extended a finger and tapped on Yi Yuan's glabella. Yi Yuan's entire body shuddered, many information instantly appearing in his head. Seeing this information, Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked, because this information was none other than precisely the divine inscriptions that Yi Yuan were very familiar with. Except these divine inscriptions, Yi Yuan was not familiar with them. There was actually not one duplicate with the ones father imparted him. But this tyrannical saber Xing Aotian's divine inscriptions were not many. There were only a scanty few, several dozen words. He previously said that his memories before his death were already incomplete. It was most likely this reason. "Young man, the matters hereafter will be handed to you." After saying this sentence, the skeleton no longer made a sound. A peerless powerhouse of his generation finally had even this final strand of consciousness in this world dissipate away. These countless years, what was frittered away was not just Fianji. Oh, Di Jialan's strength, but also depleted Xing Outyan's residual thought. Until today, he was already like a dying lamp without oil. Otherwise, there was no way he would not have any movements at all with people secretly laying down this sacrificial altar forces. Presumably, he also knew that Jialan coming into being was already unstoppable. Hence, he held back a burst of energy to leave behind this final cut in order to severely wound Jialan. However, Yi Yuan judged that Xing Outyan should still have the ability to unleash a saber cut. Except, this cut did not have great significance to Jialan. Coincidentally, he ran into the vast Heaven Steel's successor here. In the end, he chose to impart the divine inscriptions in this final trace of residual thought to Yi Yuan. Bang! The long saber in the skeleton's hand fell to the ground. His skeleton frame also fell apart thoroughly without even a trace of essence energy on it anymore. Yi Yuan revealed a complicated expression, but was filled with great respect towards Xing Outyan. Even though it was just 2 encounters of fate, Xing Outyan's pride and loyalty left a deep impression on him. A trace of residual thought guarded the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array for several tens of thousands of years. This persistence and unswerving were not what the average person could have. And all of his actions were for the sake of the human race's righteous cause. Yi Yuan knelt on the ground and gave a kowtow to Xing Outyan's bone, remains most respectfully, saying deferentially, "Senior, have a safe trip. Many thanks to Senior's grace of teaching. What Senior has yet to accomplish, let Yi Yuan finish it." Finished talking, Yi Yuan lightly formed an incantation with his hand and put away Xing Outyan's bone remains. Finished doing these, Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Jialan and said icily, "Fianji, oh, Di Jialan, right? I know that I can't kill you now, but the taste of the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. You've sampled it too. I'm going to seal you now and let fiery burn you every hour, every minute. There will come a day when I'll utterly burn you into nothingness." Jialan suffered Xing Outyan's blow. At this time, the fiendish qi on his body was very faint, and he did not have the ability to resist Yi Yuan's sealing at all anymore. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Jialan cried out shrilly, "Brat, you dare to seal this seed? Do you know what kind of existence this seed is? Let me tell you. Ho, do you think I dare or not?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly, but his hands already started to cast and lay down the formation. Don't. Young man, as long as you can let me go, we can become sworn brothers. I can let you possess unbelievably powerful strength. In the future, this divine realm, if there's half for me, there will be half for you." Jialan was finally afraid. The proud Fianji, Di actually lowered his N. Bli had to plead for mercy from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not pay any attention and was still setting up the formation and casting spells. Right at this moment, all the hair on Yi Yuan's body stood on its end. An immense sense of danger hit him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan raised his speed to the limits, fleeing from the area just now. Boom! The region Yi Yuan was standing at previously was blasted until dirt scattered everywhere at this time. TSK. This brat indeed has some skill to actually be so vigilant. We expended such a huge effort before releasing Lord Jialan. How can we allow you to seal him again? 2 black-clothed people appeared in front of Jialan. They were precisely those 2 holy followers. After the 2 of them landed, they turned to Jialan and saluted as they said, "Congratulations to Lord Jialan for descending upon the human world anew." Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Turns out that it's you two who aided the seat to break the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. However, why did you take so long to come? Jialan's tone suddenly changed as he said in a solemn voice. Those two holy followers hurriedly said, Lord Jialan, forgive our sins. The two of us left in order to prepare for Lord Jialan's blood feed. One of the black-clothed holy followers casually waved a hand. A bunch of martial artists appeared in front of everyone. They were precisely Wei Cheng and the others who had already left. Wei Cheng's and the others' dantians were sealed presently, unable to use even a trace of essence energy. They were like lambs awaiting slaughter. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression could not help changing greatly. If Jialan absorbed them as blood feed, he would probably soar greatly in strength immediately. The moment Jialan heard, he was immediately overjoyed. The black qi on his body directly extended out, engulfing a dozen over martial artists right away. Ah, help! Young Lordji, help! That group of martial artists let out shrill cries and were actually begging Yi Yuan for help. But those two black-clothed men, their strengths were clearly very formidable. Even Blackwind might not be a match either, let alone him. Gulp, gulp. The fiend Ji. Oh, he seemed to be digesting. Very soon, those dozen over martial artists fell silent.